Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Ethics of Love Potions. Let's start the story with the curious and troubling matter of love potions in the wizarding world. In the softly lit apothecaries of Diagon Alley and the shadowy corners of Nocturne Alley alike, one can find the shimmering bottles of potions designed to inspire not genuine affection, but rather its dangerous imitation. Love potions have existed in the wizarding world for nearly as long as potion-making itself, their pearlescent surfaces and spiraling steam enticing generations of witches and wizards with the promise of admiration, desire, and devotion. The history of these concoctions stretches back to ancient times, when early magical societies were still codifying the boundaries between acceptable magic and that which infringes upon the autonomy of others. Historical records from the time of Merlin himself speak of elixirs that would bend the heart toward unnatural affection, though these early brews were crude and their effects unpredictable. By the medieval period, more refined formulations had emerged, with the witch Laverne de Montmorency becoming particularly famous in the 1800s for creating love potions of remarkable potency. The brewing process itself reveals much about the troubling nature of these potions. The base often begins with ingredients that stimulate heightened emotional states: pearl dust to create the characteristic mother-of-pearl sheen, rose thorns that symbolize the painful nature of forced affection, moonstone powder to connect to emotional instability, and ashwinder eggs, which contain intense heat from these serpents born of magical fires. Perhaps most telling is the need for the potion to be stirred in a pattern resembling a heart being twisted out of its natural shape. As the potion brews, it releases a distinctive spiraling steam, and the aroma shifts to whatever the brewer finds most attractive, a manipulation of sensory experience that foreshadows its manipulative effects. Master potioneer Zygmunt Budge wrote in his renowned Book of Potions that the creation of love potions requires a certain callousness of spirit, as the brewer must maintain focus while knowing the potential consequences of their creation. Consider the infamous case of Merope Gaunt, a witch from an ancient but fallen pure-blood family, who used a love potion to ensnare the affections of the handsome muggle Tom Riddle Sr. The resulting union, built on magical coercion rather than genuine affection, produced a child who grew up without the capacity to understand love, Lord Voldemort himself. What more damning indictment of love potions could exist than the fact that their use contributed to the birth of the most dangerous dark wizard in modern history? The misuse of love potions extends beyond this extreme example. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, there have been numerous incidents of students attempting to slip these potions to their unwitting classmates. In one particularly notable incident during the 1996 to 1997 school year, a box of chocolate cauldrons spiked with love potion and intended for Harry Potter was accidentally consumed by his friend Ron Weasley, resulting in an obsessive infatuation with Romilda Vane that required immediate treatment from Professor Slughorn. This brings us to a curious contradiction in wizarding society. Despite their clearly manipulative nature, love potions remain legal and relatively accessible. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the popular joke shop in Diagon Alley, sells love potions in their Wonder Witch line of products, though Fred and George Weasley claimed their versions were merely mild infatuation potions. Still, this casual approach raises profound questions about consent and free will in the wizarding community. Professor Horace Slughorn, in his lessons on Amortentia, the most powerful love potion known to exist, described it as the most dangerous potion in this room. The pearlescent liquid, with its spiraling steam, doesn't create actual love, of course. As Slughorn noted, it is impossible to manufacture true love. Instead, amortentia creates powerful obsession and infatuation that can drive the drinker to dangerous lengths to be near the object of their artificially induced desire. For the victim of a love potion, the experience is a distortion of reality. Their perception narrows to an overwhelming focus on the administrator of the potion. Their own desires, plans, and even core personality traits become subdued beneath the wave of manufactured affection. Though they believe themselves to be acting of their own volition, their behavior is as controlled as surely as if they were under the imperious curse, a spell classified as unforgivable, while love potions remain mere controlled substances. The psychological effects can be severe and lasting. Even after the potion wears off, victims may experience confusion, shame, and a profound sense of violation as they reconcile their actions under the influence with their authentic selves. In extreme cases, particularly involving long-term administration of love potions, victims may suffer lasting psychological trauma, trust issues, and difficulty forming genuine romantic connections. Modern wizarding society maintains a troubling ambivalence toward love potions. While the Ministry of Magic classifies the most powerful varieties as controlled substances requiring special licenses to brew commercially, milder versions remain available to the general magical public. Educational warnings focus primarily on the proper brewing techniques and antidotes, rather than the ethical implications of their use. This moral blind spot perhaps reflects older attitudes from times when arranged marriages were common in both Muggle and magical communities. The use of love potions might have once been seen as merely an extension of social practices that already prioritized family alliances over individual choice in matters of the heart. However, in a modern context that increasingly values personal autonomy, the continued acceptance of love potions represents a curious anachronism. For the potioneer who creates these brews, ethical considerations should be paramount. The potioneer's oath, while not legally binding, includes the principle to brew no potion that removes the free will of another without grave necessity. Many responsible potion masters refuse to create or teach the brewing of powerful love potions, focusing instead on their antidotes. Some progressive magical institutions have begun including ethical discussions in their potions curriculum. At Castelo Bruxo, the Brazilian School of Magic, students studying advanced potions must complete a comprehensive ethics course before learning about mind-altering brews. Bolbedon's Academy has similarly integrated philosophical discussions about consent and autonomy into their potion studies. Yet at Hogwarts, as recently as the 1990s, sixth-year students were shown how to identify amortentia without an accompanying discussion of the moral implications of its use. This educational oversight may contribute to the casual attitude many young witches and wizards have toward these potentially harmful substances. The firelight flickers across ancient tomes on my shelves, illuminating spines that contain centuries of magical knowledge. Among them, books of magical law and ethics struggle to keep pace with the evolving understanding of personal autonomy. The wizarding world, for all its wonders, sometimes clings to traditions that deserve re-examination under the light of modern ethical considerations. As you rest here in this comfortable chair, consider this question that has troubled magical philosophers for generations. In a world where emotions can be manipulated through magical means, how do we safeguard the authenticity of our most profound connections? If love itself, that most powerful and mysterious of all magical forces, can be counterfeited through the contents of a bottle, what responsibility do we bear to protect the genuine article? Chapter 2. The Little Hangleton Graveyard. Mist rises from the forgotten corners of our history, curling around weathered headstones that stand as silent witnesses to both Muggle and magical tragedies. Tonight, we turn our attention to a place where these worlds collided in ways that would shape the course of wizarding history. The graveyard of Little Hangleton, where ancient family secrets and modern horrors are entombed in a single patch of hallowed ground. Little Hangleton itself is a village that seems unremarkable to passing muggles, a collection of stone cottages, a church with a modest steeple, and a pub called the Hanged Man that has served locals for centuries. Nestled in a valley between two hills in the English countryside, the village is overlooked by a fine manor house that once belonged to the wealthiest family in the area, the Riddles. The Riddle family held a position of prominence in the Muggle community, though they were not particularly beloved. Thomas and Mary Riddle, along with their son Tom, were known for their aloofness and tendency to look down upon the villagers. Their wealth afforded them a separation from the community, and they maintained this distance with a certain pride that bred resentment among their neighbors. The graveyard itself lies adjacent to the village church, a sloping expanse of land dotted with markers of varying ages and grandeur. Some headstones date back centuries, while others are more recent additions. Yew trees stand as ancient guardians along its boundaries, their branches casting long shadows across the graves when the moon is high. In spring, wildflowers grow between the plots, creating a strange beauty in this place of remembrance. What makes this seemingly ordinary Muggle cemetery significant to wizarding history lies in its connection to not one, but two magical families whose bloodlines would become fatefully intertwined. On the outskirts of Little Hangleton, in a dilapidated cottage nearly hidden by untended foliage, lived the Gaunt family, direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. Once proud and powerful, generations of intermarriage to preserve their bloodline had left them reduced in both fortune and faculties. Marvolo Gaunt, his son Morfin, and his daughter Merope, lived in squalor, clinging to two treasured heirlooms, a golden locket that had belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and a ring set with the Resurrection Stone, though they remained ignorant of the stone's true significance. The proximity of these two families, one Muggle and wealthy, the other magical and impoverished, set the stage for a fateful connection that would one day bring terror to the wizarding world. Merope Gaunt developed an infatuation with the handsome Tom Riddle, who would ride past their cottage on his horse. When her father and brother were imprisoned in Azkaban for attacking ministry officials, Merope seized her opportunity. Using a love potion, she ensnared Tom Riddle, who abandoned his parents and eloped with her, causing a scandal throughout the village. When Merope, pregnant and believing Tom had grown to truly love her, stopped administering the love potion, he immediately abandoned her and returned to his parents in Little Hangleton. Merope was left destitute and alone, eventually dying in childbirth after selling Slytherin's locket for a pittance. Her son, Tom Marvolo Riddle, was left in a Muggle orphanage, his magical heritage unknown to him for many years. The tragedy of the Riddle family reached its culmination one summer evening in 1943, when all three Riddles, Thomas, Mary, and their son Tom, were found dead in their drawing room by the maid. Their bodies showed no sign of injury, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. The local doctor was baffled, declaring that the Riddles appeared to have been frightened to death. Suspicion immediately fell on Frank Bryce, the Riddles' gardener, a war veteran with a leg injury who lived in a cottage on the grounds. Despite a lack of evidence, the doors had been locked from the inside, and Frank had seen a dark-haired teenage boy near the house that day. Frank was arrested but later released. The village never forgave him, however, and he lived out his remaining years as a recluse, continuing to tend the empty Riddle House gardens while enduring the suspicious whispers of the villagers. The truth, known only to the magical community, was far more sinister. 16-year-old Tom Marvolo Riddle, having discovered his heritage and located his Muggle father, had traveled to Little Hangleton seeking revenge for his abandonment. Using the killing curse, he murdered his father and grandparents, then modified his uncle Morfin's memory to make him believe he had committed the murders himself. Morfin, still possessing the Gaunt ring, confessed to the crime and was sent to Azkaban, while young Tom Riddle stole the ring, unknowingly taking possession of one of the Deathly Hallows, and returned to Hogwarts. For decades after these events, the graveyard of Little Hangleton remained undisturbed. The Riddle family plot marked by an impressive marble headstone bearing all three names. The grand Riddle house on the hill fell into disrepair, changing ownership several times but never occupied for long, as rumors of hauntings kept potential residents away. Frank Bryce continued his solitary existence, maintaining the grounds out of a sense of duty. The quiet of Little Hangleton was shattered once more in June of 1995, when the graveyard became the setting for one of the darkest moments in modern wizarding history, the return of Lord Voldemort to physical form. The geography of the graveyard played a crucial role in this terrible ritual. It sits in a natural depression, shielded from the village by a small hill and a cluster of those ancient yew trees. A church stands nearby, its windows rarely illuminated after dark. The Riddle family plot occupies a place of prominence, the marble headstone visible from nearly anywhere within the cemetery grounds. It was to this place that Harry Potter was transported by Portkey during the final task of the Triwizard Tournament, the Triwizard Cup having been transformed by Barty Crouch Jr. Disguised as Alastor Moody, Harry, along with Cedric Diggory, who had touched the cup simultaneously, found themselves suddenly in this unfamiliar graveyard miles from Hogwarts. Before Harry could comprehend what was happening, Cedric was struck down by the killing curse, the first casualty in Voldemort's return to power. Harry was immobilized against the Riddle family headstone, the name of Voldemort's father clearly visible above him, a bitter irony not lost on the Dark Lord when he later arrived. The ritual that followed drew upon the ancient magic of sacrifice and rebirth, requiring three key elements: bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and blood of the enemy. Peter Pettigrew, who had been caring for Voldemort's rudimentary form, conducted the ritual with grim determination. He exhumed bone dust from Tom Riddle, Sir Grave, adding it to a large stone cauldron. He sacrificed his own hand, and finally drew blood from Harry's arm against his will. From this cauldron emerged Lord Voldemort, restored to full physical form after 14 years of less than life. The graveyard, already a place of death, became the birthplace of a reborn Dark Lord. What followed was a duel between Harry Potter and the newly corporeal Voldemort, witnessed by a circle of summoned Death Eaters. The connected graves provided cover for Harry as spells shattered marble and sent fragments of stone flying through the night air. When the wands of Harry and Voldemort connected due to their shared cores, the Priori Incantatem effect produced echoes of Voldemort's victims, including Cedric Diggory and Harry's parents, who provided Harry the distraction he needed to escape with Cedric's body back to Hogwarts. After these events, the graveyard of Little Hangleton was examined by Ministry officials, who repaired the damaged graves and modified the memories of any Muggles who might have witnessed unusual activities. Yet some traces of powerful dark magic can never be completely erased from a location. Magical theorists suggest that places where significant magical events occur retain a kind of memory, an imprint of the energies released there. The Little Hangleton graveyard, site of both Lord Voldemort's patricide and his rebirth, carries such imprints doubly. Sensitive witches and wizards passing nearby have reported feelings of unease, cold spots that persist even on warm summer days, and occasional whispers that seem to come from nowhere. In the years following Voldemort's final defeat, some have made pilgrimages to this site, seeking to understand the origins of the wizard who brought such terror to their world. Others avoid it entirely, believing that to visit would be to honor his memory in some way. The Ministry neither encourages nor prevents such visits, but maintains subtle monitoring charms to alert them of any dark magical activity in the area. The village of Little Hangleton continues its quiet existence, the majority of its Muggle residents unaware of the pivotal role their local graveyard played in wizarding history. The Riddle house eventually collapsed due to neglect after Frank Bryce's death, leaving only foundations and overgrown gardens as a reminder of the once grand estate. Yet the graveyard remains, the marble headstone of the Riddle family standing as a silent monument to how the past reaches forward to shape the future, how the actions of one generation can cast long shadows over those that follow. and how even the most ordinary-seeming places can harbor extraordinary secrets. As the mist continues to swirl among the headstones of little Hangleton, one might pause to consider what echoes of our own choices linger in the places we have been, and how might they affect those who come after us, even when we ourselves are long gone. Chapter 3. The Binding of the Monster Book of Monsters. There is a curious magic in books, a special kind of enchantment that exists even in the Muggle world. The way words on a page can transport us to distant realms and introduce us to fantastic creatures. In the wizarding world, however, some books take this magic quite literally. Tonight we explore one of the most notorious magical texts ever bound, the Monster Book of Monsters, a textbook so alive that it required its own special handling instructions. The Monster Book of Monsters first appeared in bookshops across magical Britain in the summer of 1993, when it was listed as the required textbook for care of magical creatures at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The sudden arrival of crates filled with these aggressive tomes created an unprecedented challenge for booksellers, who found themselves dealing with merchandise that actively resisted being sold. The book was selected by Rubeus Hagrid, the newly appointed Care of Magical Creatures professor, who appreciated its hands-on approach to magical zoology. Thought they'd be a bit of a laugh. Hagrid later explained to his students, seemingly unaware of the chaos his choice had caused. This selection reflected Hagrid's unique educational philosophy that understanding magical creatures required direct interaction rather than merely reading about them. The Monster Book was, in his view, the perfect embodiment of this principle, a book that gave students a taste of creature handling before they even reached their first lesson. The creator of this infamous textbook was the magizoologist Wilhelm Wigworthy, who had grown frustrated with students approaching magical creatures with inappropriate caution. A healthy respect for the unexpected is essential when dealing with magical beasts, he wrote in his memoir. And what better way to instill this than to make the very means of learning unexpected itself? Wigworthy spent 3 years developing the enchantments that would bring his textbook to life, collaborating with magical bookbinders who specialized in animated texts. The craftsmanship behind the Monster Book represents a fascinating intersection of several magical disciplines. The cover was fashioned from specially treated leather that retained muscle memory, allowing it to flex and contract like actual skin. The binding used sinews from a bicorn, a magical creature known for its aggression and strength. The pages were infused with a variation of the animation charm used in wizard photographs, but significantly enhanced to allow for more complex behaviors. Most remarkable was the enchantment that gave each book a distinct personality. No two monster books behaved exactly alike. Some were merely snappish and grumpy, while others exhibited genuine cunning in their attempts to bite readers. This variation was not accidental but deliberate, intended to teach students that even creatures of the same species have individual temperaments that must be respected. The books exhibited several defense mechanisms that made handling them particularly challenging. Their covers were equipped with numerous sharp teeth, capable of delivering painful, though not serious, bites. The spine could flex with surprising strength, allowing the book to snap shut on unwary fingers or even leap at a potential reader. When threatened, the books would vibrate violently, producing a growling sound by rapidly flipping their pages. Some particularly spirited copies could even scuttle on the edges of their covers, skittering across floors and hiding under furniture. The challenges these books presented to booksellers cannot be overstated. Flourish and Blots, the primary magical bookshop in Diagon Alley, was forced to implement extraordinary containment measures during the summer of 1993. The manager installed a large metal cage near the front of the shop, where dozens of the books fought with each other, tearing pages and covers in what one employee described as a literary bloodbath. Individual copies that escaped the cage were wrestled into submission and bound shut with thick leather belts or spellotape. Shop assistants took to wearing heavy dragonhide gloves, the same kind used by dragon handlers, and kept their wands ready to stun particularly aggressive specimens. One unfortunate shop assistant spent the entire summer on a ladder, using a long pole with a loop at the end to fish escaped books from the top shelves where they had taken to hiding. The manager of Flourish and Blots later sent a strongly worded letter to the publisher, threatening to stop carrying the title altogether. "I've been bitten 5 times in the last 5 minutes," he complained in an interview with the Daily Prophet. "I'm bleeding in places a book shouldn't be able to reach. We've ordered a case of bandages. Next year, we're demanding warning labels and muzzles. For the students who purchased these books, the adventure was just beginning. Without knowing the secret to handling them, many kept their copies bound shut with belts or ropes, unable to access the information inside. Some enterprising students developed their own methods. One Ravenclaw 5th year charmed her copy to levitate slightly above her desk as she read, keeping her fingers safely away from its snapping cover. A group of Slytherin students reportedly stunned their books with freezing charms before each reading session, though this had the side effect of making the text temporarily illegible as the animated ink also froze. The proper handling technique, as Hagrid eventually demonstrated to his class, was remarkably simple yet counterintuitive. One needed only to stroke the spine gently. This calming gesture would cause the book to shudder and fall open, becoming as docile as any ordinary text. "They just need a bit of understanding," Hagrid explained, demonstrating the technique with his own oversized copy, which purred contentedly as he ran his massive finger down its binding. This method of calming the book carries a deeper lesson about the magical creatures described within its pages. Many dangerous magical beings respond well to specific approaches that demonstrate respect and knowledge. The Chinese fireball dragon, for instance, becomes notably less aggressive when approached with a bow, while the hippogriff requires a formal greeting before it will allow itself to be touched. The very act of opening the monster book teaches the fundamental principle of magical creature handling. That specific knowledge, rather than brute force, is the key to successful interaction. Once successfully opened, the Monster Book of Monsters revealed itself to be an extraordinarily comprehensive resource. Its pages contain detailed information on hundreds of magical creatures, with animated illustrations that demonstrated behaviors too complex to describe in words. Feeding habits, mating rituals, defensive maneuvers, all were captured with remarkable accuracy. The text was organized not by alphabetical order, as with most reference books, but by habitat and danger classification, encouraging students to understand creatures in their environmental context. Particularly valuable were the sections on creature handling, which included practical advice on approach techniques, calming methods, and first aid for various magical injuries. These pages featured special enchantments that caused relevant sections to glow slightly when a student exhibited signs of anxiety, as if the book could sense when its information was most needed. The publisher of the monster book, Obscurus Books, had previously released other interactive magical texts, though none quite as aggressive as the monster book. Their catalog included The Invisible Book of Invisibility, which proved impossible to sell as no one could find it to purchase it. Owl Spotter's Field Guide, which hooted helpfully when a featured species was nearby, and the Walking Atlas of Magical Geography, whose pages rearranged themselves based on the reader's location. Student reactions to receiving the monster book varied widely. Harry Potter, who was gifted his copy by Hagrid for his 13th birthday, was initially startled when the book attempted to scuttle under his bed. The Weasley twins reportedly tried to crossbreed their copies with their father's collection of Muggle books, hoping to create what they called surprise novels for unsuspecting readers. Hermione Granger, characteristically, mastered the stroking technique immediately and was one of the few students to have read the entire text before the first day of class. Despite its challenging nature, or perhaps because of it, the Monster Book of Monsters has endured as a standard text at Hogwarts and other magical schools. Subsequent editions have maintained the animated binding while incorporating updated information on newly discovered species and conservation efforts. The 2010 edition included an expanded section on ethical creature handling, reflecting changing attitudes in the wizarding world toward magical beings. The legacy of the Monster Book extends beyond academics. Its unique design inspired a trend in magical publishing toward more interactive texts. Modern magical children's books now commonly incorporate gentle movements and responses, though publishers have wisely avoided the more aggressive enchantments of the monster book. Educational theorists in the magical community have praised the book's approach as revolutionary, arguing that information physically experienced is better retained than that which is merely read. For generations of witches and wizards who studied care of magical creatures, the monster book often becomes a cherished keepsake, its once aggressive binding mellowing with age into a gentle nuzzling when opened. Many keep their copies long after graduation, finding that the book maintains its usefulness throughout a lifetime of magical encounters. In the corner of my study, my own copy of the monster book rests on a special stand, occasionally rustling its pages as if remembering adventures long past. Its cover, once bright purple, has faded to a gentle lavender, and its teeth have dulled with age. When I approach, it gives a contented shiver, like an old pet greeting a familiar friend. As you rest here in the warm glow of the fire, consider this: what would our relationship with knowledge be if all books demanded to be approached correctly before yielding their secrets? If the wisdom we seek required not just the turning of pages, but the earning of trust? Chapter 4. The Bloody Trail of the Elder Wand. The ancient trees of the forest whisper secrets of ages past, of power sought and lives destroyed in its pursuit. Among all magical artifacts that have cast long shadows across wizarding history, perhaps none has left a trail of blood quite as vivid as that of the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand ever created, and the most dangerous to possess. Unlike ordinary wands that form bonds of loyalty with their chosen wizards, the Elder Wand has been described as having an allegiance only to power itself. This unique characteristic has made its history not a simple lineage of inheritance, but rather a dark chronicle of ambition, betrayal, and murder stretching across centuries. The origins of this formidable artifact are found in the tale of the Three Brothers, a wizarding fable preserved in the tales of Beadle the Bard. According to legend, the eldest of three wizard brothers, Antioch Peverell, encountered death itself at a treacherous river crossing. Having cheated death through magical means, the brother was offered a gift of his choosing. Antioch, a combative wizard with great pride in his dueling abilities, requested a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. From an elder tree on the riverbank, Death crafted a wand unlike any other. Whether one believes the legend literally or interprets it as a metaphorical explanation of the wand's creation by Antioch himself, historical evidence confirms that by the early Middle Ages, a uniquely powerful wand of elder wood had entered the wizarding world. The physical properties of the Elder Wand have contributed to its legendary status. At 15 inches precisely, it is longer than most wands, commanding immediate attention. Its wood comes from the elder tree, which wand makers typically avoid due to its association with ill fortune and death in many cultures. Most distinctive is its core, the stroll tail hair, a material rarely used in wand making due to its association with those who have witnessed death. This combination of elements created a wand of unparalleled magical conductivity and raw power. Garrick Ollivander, the renowned wand maker, once wrote in his private notes that the Elder Wand possessed a voice that speaks to those who crave dominance. He described examining it briefly during his apprenticeship and feeling a terrible hunger awakening within me that I had never known before. He returned it to its hiding place and never sought it again, believing that certain magical objects are too dangerous for any witch or wizard to wield responsibly. The first documented owner of the wand was, of course, Antioch Peverell himself. True to the legend, he immediately began boasting of his invincible wand after winning a particularly difficult duel. That very night, another wizard, covetous of such power, crept into Antioch's room as he slept, slit his throat, and stole the wand. Thus began the wand's bloody passage through history, transferring allegiance through violence. rather than gift or legacy. The identity of this first thief remains unknown, lost to history like many of the wand's subsequent owners, but historical records and magical histories reveal fragments of its journey through time, each transfer of ownership marked by betrayal or bloodshed. By the early 12th century, the wand had come into the possession of Emeric the Evil, a particularly brutal wizard who terrorized southern England. Using the Elder Wand's immense power, he committed atrocities that wizarding historians still consider among the worst magical crimes of the medieval period. Villages were burned with cursed fire that could not be extinguished for days. Magical barriers were erected around Muggle settlements, slowly contracting to crush those within. For nearly 3 years, Emeric's reign of terror continued unchallenged. It was Egbert the Egregious who finally ended Emeric's rampage in a duel that wizarding historians still study for its tactical brilliance. Recognizing that a frontal assault against the Elder Wand would be futile, Egbert employed misdirection and environmental manipulation, causing a landslide that momentarily distracted Emeric. In that brief moment of inattention, Egbert struck with a killing spell and claimed the wand for himself. Egbert's own tenure as the wand's master was relatively brief. Though less openly malevolent than Emeric, he used the wand to establish himself as the preeminent magical authority of his time, forcing other powerful wizards to swear fealty or face his wrath. After his natural death, a rarity among Elder Wand possessors, the wand passed through several hands in quick succession, each transfer marked by violence. By the 14th century, the wand had come into the possession of Godalot, a wizard who used its power not for outright terrorism, but for the development of exceptionally destructive spells. His tome, Magic Most Evil, was written with the assistance of the Elder Wand, which he chillingly referred to as my most wicked and subtle friend, with body of Eldern, who knows ways of magic most evil. The text contains some of the earliest known formulations of curses that would later be classified as unforgivable. Godalot's end came at the hands of his own son, Hereward, who locked his father in a cellar without his wand and left him to starve. Hereward's motivation appears to have been a complex mixture of personal ambition and genuine concern over his father's increasingly dark experimentation. With the wand in his possession, Hereward dedicated himself to magical defense rather than offense, perhaps in reaction to his father's legacy. The pattern of violence continued through the centuries. Loxias, who took the wand in the 17th century, called it the Death Stick and used it primarily for dueling, taking particular pleasure in killing talented opponents. He met his end in a duel with a witch named Barnabas Peverell, who herself was later murdered by Arcus, who was killed by Livius, continuing the wand's bloody progression. By the late 19th century, the Elder Wand had fallen into something of a quiet period. Its existence was increasingly dismissed as mere legend by the mainstream wizarding community, while those who believed in it often assumed it had been destroyed or lost. This changed dramatically when the wand maker Miku Gregorovich acquired it, through means that remain unclear. Unlike previous owners who sought to use the wand's power directly, Gregorovich was motivated by professional curiosity and commercial ambition. He studied the wand's unique properties, hoping to replicate aspects of its construction in his own wand-making. He even began dropping hints to select clients about possessing an extraordinary wand, believing this would enhance his reputation and business. This boastfulness proved to be Gregorovich's undoing, though not through his death. A young wizard named Gellert Grindelwald, already harboring ambitions of wizarding dominance, learned of Gregorovich's possession of the Elder Wand. In 1899, he broke into Gregorovich's workshop. According to Gregorovich's own testimony years later, he heard the noise and hurried to his workroom, only to see the young thief already holding the wand. Before Gregorovich could react, Grindelwald stunned him and escaped through the window. With the Elder Wand in his possession, Grindelwald rose to become one of the most dangerous dark wizards in history. His vision of wizarding supremacy over Muggles, encapsulated in his slogan, "For the greater good," gained significant support across Europe. The Elder Wand amplified his already considerable magical abilities, allowing him to perform feats of magic that seemed impossible, further cementing his followers' belief in his cause. For nearly 5 decades, Grindelwald and the Elder Wand cut a swath of terror across Europe. He established a fortress called Nurmengard to hold his opponents, and built a fearsome army of followers. It seemed for a time that nothing could stop his ascent to complete dominance of the wizarding world. The turning point came in 1945, when Albus Dumbledore finally confronted his former friend in what would later be described as the greatest wizard duel ever fought. Their battle lasted 3 hours, with magic of such intensity that witnesses reported the very sky seemed to rage with their power. In the end, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, claiming the Elder Wand and ending his reign of terror. Dumbledore's relationship with the Elder Wand marked a significant departure from its bloody history. Though he recognized its extraordinary power, he did not use it to seek dominance or personal gain. Instead, he employed it primarily in his role as an educator and defender, using it to strengthen the protections around Hogwarts and to perform complex magical research. Under Dumbledore's ownership, the wand's history temporarily diverged from its violent pattern. For over 50 years he remained its master, until the events atop the Astronomy Tower on the night of his death. What few realized at the time was that this death had been planned between Dumbledore and Severus Snape, as Dumbledore was already dying from a cursed injury. The elderly headmaster had hoped that his arranged death would break the wand's power, as he would die undefeated. This plan failed to account for a critical event that had occurred earlier that same night. Before Snape arrived to fulfill their agreement, Draco Malfoy had disarmed Dumbledore. In the complex laws of wand lore, this meant that the Elder Wand's allegiance had transferred to Draco, though the wand itself remained with Dumbledore's body and was later entombed with him. Lord Voldemort, seeking the Elder Wand to overcome his connection with Harry Potter's wand, desecrated Dumbledore's tomb and took the wand, unaware that its allegiance lay elsewhere. His misunderstanding of wand lore led him to believe that killing Snape, who he thought had become the wand's master by killing Dumbledore, would transfer the wand's allegiance to him. The final twist in the Elder Wand's bloody trail came during the Battle of Hogwarts. Months before the battle, Harry Potter had disarmed Draco Malfoy during an escape from Malfoy Manor. This seemingly minor skirmish had profound implications. The Elder Wand's allegiance transferred to Harry, though neither he nor Voldemort realized this until their final confrontation. When Voldemort attempted to kill Harry with the Elder Wand, the wand refused to harm its true master. The killing curse rebounded, finally ending both Voldemort's life and the wand's long history of bloodshed. The deepening shadows in our room seem to echo the darkness that has followed the Elder Wand through history, each owner believing they could master its power, each meeting their end through violence or betrayal, except for Dumbledore, whose wisdom perhaps allowed him to hold the wand differently than those who came before. The Elder Wand reminds us that power, so desperately sought, often carries its own curse. Those who seek dominance find themselves dominated by their ambition, their lives shortened by the very power they hoped would elevate them above others. As the embers glow softly in our hearth, I invite you to consider, if offered an object of immense power, but one with a history stained by the blood of its previous owners, would you have the wisdom to refuse, or would you, like so many before, believe yourself to be the exception who could master it without being consumed? Chapter 5. The Adventures of Celestina Warbeck. The soft crackle of a gramophone needle touching vinyl fills the evening air as haunting, melodious notes begin to flow like honey through the room. That unmistakable voice, powerful yet delicate, commanding yet intimate, can belong to only one witch, Celestina Warbeck, the singing sorceress, whose enchanting performances have captivated the wizarding world for decades. Tonight we delve into the remarkable life of a witch whose voice has provided the soundtrack to countless magical lives. Celestina was born on August 18, 1917, to a Muggle father and a witch mother in Wales. Her mother, Calliope, had been a failed performer herself, and recognized her daughter's extraordinary vocal talent almost immediately. According to family lore, Celestina sang before she spoke, producing perfect musical notes that caused the family's pet Neasel to purr in harmony. From her earliest days, Celestina's magic manifested in connection with her voice. When she sang lullabies to herself in her crib, small objects around her nursery would rise and dance in midair. When upset, her wails could crack windows, a phenomenon her Muggle father attributed to his wife's artistic temperament rather than infant magic. By the age of 7, she could charm butterflies to flutter in formation around her as she sang in the garden, much to the amazement of her Muggle neighbors. Her Hogwarts letter arrived in the summer of 1928, and young Celestina was sorted into Gryffindor House. While a competent student in most subjects, she truly excelled in charms, where her natural affinity for music enhanced her spellcasting. Professor Herbert Beery, who taught both herbology and directed the school's frog choir in those days, immediately recognized her potential and invited her to join the choir in her first year, a rare honor usually reserved for older students. Within a term, Celestina had become the frog choir's lead vocalist, her voice blending magically with the bass croaking of the toads and frogs. Her rendition of A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love, a song that would later become her signature hit, was performed at the school's Christmas feast when she was just 13, bringing tears to Professor Beery's eyes and a standing ovation from the entire Great Hall. During her 5th year at Hogwarts, Celestina's life changed forever when she was discovered by Orpheus Orbs, a talent scout for the Wizarding Wireless Network, who had come to judge the school's annual talent competition. Her performance of an original composition, Spellbound, caused every candle in the Great Hall to flare 3 feet high in response to her crescendo. Orbs approached her immediately after the show, offering her a summer internship at the WWN studios in London. That summer, Celestina recorded her first wireless single, You Stole My Cauldron But You Can't Have My Heart, which climbed to number 3 on the Wizarding Wireless charts. By the time she returned to Hogwarts for her 6th year, her fellow students were requesting autographs, and professors were making accommodations for her increasingly frequent weekend performances. Such with respectable scores, including an outstanding in charms, Celestina signed a full contract with the Wizarding Wireless Network and began her professional career in earnest. Her first album, Spells and Serenades, was released in 1936 and sold out its initial pressing within a week. Reviewers praised her bewitching tone and spellbinding emotional range, with one writer for Witch Weekly declaring her the voice that will define a generation. It was during the recording of her second album that Celestina first collaborated with the backing singers, who would become an integral part of her signature sound. The Banshees, this group of 3 witches, had been performing as a harmony trio called the Veela's Charm. Despite none of them having Veela ancestry, their ethereal backing vocals provided the perfect counterpoint to Celestina's powerful lead, creating a sound unlike anything previously heard on the Wizarding Wireless. The addition of the Banshees coincided with Celestina's development of her flamboyant performance style. Unlike the more reserved magical performers of the era, who typically stood still while singing, Celestina incorporated dramatic movements, costume changes, and pyrotechnic wand work into her shows. Her signature move, a high note held while spinning in place, causing sparks of light to emanate from the tip of her wand in expanding circles, became known as the Warbeck whirl, and is still imitated by young performers today. The outbreak of the Muggles' Second World War and Grindelwald's simultaneous rise to power temporarily halted Celestina's touring schedule, but not her recording career. During this dark period, her music took on a more patriotic tone, with songs like Stand Tall for Magic is Might and United We Cast becoming anthems of resistance against dark forces. She performed frequent benefit concerts for displaced magical families and wounded Aurors, donating her considerable earnings to relief efforts. It was at one such benefit concert that she met her first husband, Alfonso Warbeck, a Spanish wizard who had fled Grindelwald's forces on the continent. Their whirlwind romance resulted in marriage just 3 months later, the first of what would eventually be 3 marriages for the passionate singer. The relationship lasted 7 years and produced her only child, a son named Orpheus, after the talent scout who had discovered her. Celestina's career reached new heights in the post-war years as magical Britain embraced celebration and entertainment after the long period of fear and restraint. Her 1950 album Enchanting Evenings is widely regarded as her masterpiece, featuring the perennial favorite, A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love, alongside other classics like You Charmed the Heart Right Out of Me and Beat Back. Those bludgers, boys, and Chuck that quaffle here. Her live performances became legendary for their magical spectacle. During the chorus of Hot, Strong Love, actual cauldrons would appear above the audience, tipping to release cascades of red rose petals that dissolved into heart-shaped puffs of steam before reaching the crowd. For bludgers, enchanted Quidditch balls would zoom harmlessly through the venue, narrowly missing audience members to their delighted shrieks. The ministry occasionally expressed concern about the complexity of the magic being performed in public venues, but no regulations were ever enacted, perhaps because several high-ranking ministry officials were devoted fans. The 1960s saw a shift in wizarding musical tastes toward more youth-oriented bands like the Hobgoblins, but Celestina's career never truly waned. She adapted by collaborating with younger artists and refreshing her repertoire while maintaining the classic sound her fans loved. Her fashion sense evolved as well, embracing increasingly elaborate robes in vibrant colors, often adorned with magical elements like color-changing sequins or miniature animated patterns. Her personal life generated nearly as much interest as her musical career. Following her divorce from Alfonso Warbeck, who reportedly could not cope with her fame and touring schedule, she married Irving Warble, a music producer, in 1958. That marriage lasted 12 years before ending amicably. Her third and final marriage, to Rudolph Wintringham, a talented flutist with the Weird Sisters Philharmonic Orchestra, began in 1974 and continued until his death in 2017. Throughout these relationships, Celestina maintained a dignified public persona, refusing to perform tell-all songs about her ex-husbands or engage in the sort of public squabbles that characterized some celebrities' lives. "My voice is for lifting spirits, not settling scores," she once told Witch Weekly in a rare interview about her personal life. Beyond her musical career, Celestina's philanthropic work has left an indelible mark on wizarding society. The Warbeck Foundation for Magical Medical Research, established after her mother died of a rare magical malady in 1971, has funded breakthroughs in the treatment of spell damage and magical ailments. Her annual Christmas benefit concert at St. Mungo's has been a tradition for over 50 years, bringing cheer to patients and raising thousands of galleons for the hospital. During the First Wizarding War, Celestina's music once again became a source of comfort and unity. Though advised to leave Britain for her safety, she refused, stating, "If my voice can bring even a moment's joy in these dark times, then I have a duty to sing." She performed numerous secret concerts for wizarding communities under threat, often arriving disguised and revealing herself only when she began to sing. The return of Voldemort in the 1990s again found Celestina using her platform for resistance, though in more subtle ways. While the ministry denied Voldemort's return, her 1996 single, The Truth Has a Voice, was widely interpreted as a statement of support for Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. After Voldemort's takeover of the ministry, her music was briefly banned from the Wizarding Wireless Network, an action that backfired when underground Celestina clubs began forming to share and play her music in secret, often serving as covers for resistance meetings. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, Celestina has reduced her performance schedule, but continues to record new music. Her 2000 album Century's Turn introduced her to a new generation of fans, while 2010's Spellbound, the orchestral sessions, reimagined her greatest hits with the backing of the full Weird Sisters Philharmonic Orchestra. Now, in her later years, Celestina remains a beloved figure in the wizarding world. Young witches and wizards may pretend to find her music old-fashioned to the amusement of their parents, but few can resist singing along when a cauldron full of hot, strong love plays on the wireless. Her annual Christmas special remains the most watched program on the Wizarding Wireless Visual Network, and her occasional surprise appearances at magical events still cause a sensation. Molly Weasley, one of her most devoted fans, perhaps best summarized Celestina's enduring appeal. Her music reminds us of better times and helps us believe they'll come again. In the darkest days, that's a kind of magic all its own. The gramophone in the corner continues its gentle rotation, the needle following the grooves that capture that unmistakable voice. The room seems warmer somehow, more secure, as if wrapped in the musical enchantment that has comforted generations of witches and wizards through both celebration and sorrow. As the final notes of "You Charmed the Heart Right Out of Me" fade into the night, consider this. What melodies have woven themselves so deeply into your own life's story that they can transport you across time and space with just a few notes? Chapter 6. The Creation of Veritaserum. The silver moonlight filters through the window, casting long shadows across the floor, much like the long shadows of doubt and deception that have plagued human interactions since time immemorial. In our continuing exploration of the wizarding world's most fascinating elements, we turn our attention to a potion that cuts through those shadows like a beam of pure light. Veritaserum, the most powerful truth serum ever created, and the complex history of its development. Unlike many magical innovations whose origins are lost to antiquity, Veritaserum has a precisely documented beginning. It was created in 1452 by the Italian potioneer Laverna Verity, whose name would become synonymous with truth-telling in the wizarding world. Verity was not only a gifted potions mistress, but also served as a magistrate in the magical governance of Venice, where she witnessed firsthand the difficulties in determining truth in judicial proceedings. Prior to Veritaserum, magical courts relied on a variety of less effective truth-inducing methods. Weak truth potions like Honest Brew and Truth-Sayer's Tonic had existed since Roman times, but these could be resisted by a strong will or countered by simple antidotes. Some courts employed legilimency, but skilled practitioners were rare, and the invasion of a defendant's mind raised ethical concerns even then. The most desperate courts sometimes resorted to memory extraction and pensive examination, a process both traumatic and imprecise. Verity recognized the need for a more reliable method and dedicated 17 years to developing what would become her masterwork. According to her journals, preserved in the Museum of Magical History in Rome, she conducted over 300 experimental formulations before achieving success. "The truth," she wrote, "is like clear water hidden in muddy depths. My task is to create a potion that separates one from the other, leaving no place for falsehood to hide." The brewing process she ultimately developed remains virtually unchanged to this day, a testament to its perfection. It begins, appropriately, with water collected during the full moon, symbolizing clarity and revelation. To this base are added precisely measured amounts of powdered moonstone, which resonates with truth and intuition in nearly all magical traditions. The most crucial and controversial ingredient is the venom of the jobber knoll, a tiny blue speckled bird that makes no sound until the moment of its death, when it releases a long scream composed of every sound it has ever heard, played backward. This curious property makes the bird a powerful symbol of preserved and revealed truth. Harvesting the venom requires extracting a single drop from a living jobber knoll, a delicate process that does not harm the bird, but requires extraordinary precision. Other key ingredients include carefully aged dittany steeped in spring water for exactly 7 lunar cycles, powdered butterfly wings from the rare crystal swallowtail, and 3 drops of freely given unicorn tears. Perhaps the most difficult component to obtain, as unicorns weep only in the presence of pure sorrow, untainted by malice. The brewing itself must be conducted in a silver cauldron of exceptional purity, with no less than 7 stirring rods of different materials used in a precise sequence: glass, silver, bone, elm wood, crystal, copper, and finally gold. Each transition between materials represents a barrier to truth that the potion must overcome: physical, emotional, spiritual, practical, intellectual, intuitive, and ethical. The process requires exactly 3 lunar cycles to complete, with specific steps performed during particular lunar phases. The most critical stage occurs during the final full moon, when the nearly complete potion must be exposed to direct moonlight for exactly 1 hour, while the brewer performs a complex charm that stabilizes the magical properties. When properly brewed, Veritaserum is colorless, odorless, and indistinguishable from water, properties that reflect its purpose of revealing hidden truth, without adding anything extraneous. The final potion has the consistency of slightly thickened water and produces a barely perceptible cooling sensation when consumed, described by some as the feeling of lies melting away. Laverna Verity's first public demonstration of her creation occurred before the Venetian Magical Council in 1469. According to historical records, she first tested it on herself, revealing several minor indiscretions to prove its efficacy before subjecting a notorious criminal to questioning. The results were so compelling that the council immediately commissioned a secure supply for judicial use. News of this powerful new truth serum spread quickly throughout magical Europe. Initially, there was resistance from traditional magical courts, particularly in France and Spain, where the use of legilimency was deeply entrenched in judicial tradition. However, by the early 16th century, Veritaserum had become the standard for truth verification in most European magical courts. With this widespread adoption came increasing concern about the potion's power and potential for misuse. In 1521, the International Confederation of Wizards established the first regulations governing Veritaserum production and use, classifying it as a controlled magical substance. These regulations, refined over centuries, remain the foundation of modern Veritaserum law. Under current Ministry of Magic regulations, Veritaserum is classified as a Class A restricted substance, with its brewing, possession, and use tightly controlled. Licensed producers must register every drop made and sold, with severe penalties for unauthorized distribution. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains the only legal stockpile in Britain, and its use requires authorization from the head of the department or the Minister for Magic personally. In legal proceedings, Veritaserum testimony is admissible only with the consent of the subject or by special ruling of the Wizengamot in cases involving national security. Even then, the questions must be precisely formulated and approved in advance to prevent invasion of privacy beyond the scope of the investigation. Victims and witnesses may voluntarily submit to Veritaserum questioning to strengthen their testimony, though this is rare due to the potion's invasive nature. The experience of being under Veritaserum is described differently by different subjects, but certain aspects remain consistent. The initial sensation is one of mental clarity, as if a fog has lifted from the mind. This is followed by a profound relaxation that removes the natural barriers between thought and speech. Questions are answered automatically and without reflection, not because the subject is compelled to speak, but because the concept of withholding or manipulating the truth becomes temporarily incomprehensible. Horace Slughorn, the renowned potions master, once described Veritaserum's effects to his students as removing one's ability to recognize the advantage of lying. This precise characterization highlights an important aspect of the potion. It does not force speech, but rather removes the desire to deceive. A subject under Veritaserum, who is not questioned, will not spontaneously reveal truths, but when asked, cannot conceive of giving a dishonest answer. The psychological after-effects of Veritaserum interrogation can be significant. Many subjects report feelings of vulnerability and violation following the experience, particularly if forced to reveal deeply personal information. Mungo's hospital maintains a special counseling program for those who have undergone Veritaserum questioning in traumatic circumstances. Despite its power, Veritaserum is not infallible. There exist certain countermeasures that can reduce or negate its effectiveness, though these are rare and difficult to implement. The most common is occlumency, the magical art of mind shielding. A skilled occlumens can compartmentalize their mind in a way that allows them to circumvent the potion's effects, either by resisting it entirely or by believing alternative truths so completely that the potion registers them as honest responses. Certain rare magical conditions also confer natural resistance. Those born with doublethink disorder, an extremely uncommon magical malady affecting perhaps 1 in a million witches and wizards, can simultaneously hold two contradictory beliefs as equally true, rendering Veritaserum questioning confusing and unreliable. Physical antidotes to Veritaserum are exceedingly rare and complex. The most effective Mendax solution requires ingredients nearly as exotic as Veritaserum itself and must be taken preemptively. Its use is detectable through secondary testing and carries severe legal penalties in most magical jurisdictions. Throughout history, Veritaserum has played a pivotal role in numerous significant wizarding events. During the Global Wizarding War, Gellert Grindelwald's forces specifically targeted known Veritaserum brewers to prevent the potion's use against captured followers. In response, the International Confederation of Wizards established secret brewing facilities on 3 continents, with their locations known only to the Supreme Mugwump. During the First Wizarding War against Voldemort, Veritaserum became a crucial tool in identifying Death Eaters, though its use was controversial. Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold authorized expanded Veritaserum interrogation powers, a decision that led to some important captures, but also resulted in privacy violations that many historians now view as excessive. Perhaps the most famous modern use of Veritaserum occurred following the Triwizard Tournament, when Albus Dumbledore used the potion to interrogate Barty Crouch Jr., who had been impersonating Alastor Moody. The comprehensive confession obtained revealed Voldemort's return and resurrection process, information that proved vital despite the Ministry's initial refusal to accept it. In recent years, ethical debates about Veritaserum have intensified within the wizarding community. Reformers argue that its use, even with legal authorization, constitutes a fundamental violation of mental autonomy comparable to the Imperious Curse. Traditionalists counter that properly regulated Veritaserum use protects society from those who would do harm through deception. These debates have led to refined guidelines for Veritaserum use in magical law enforcement. Current protocol requires the presence of a licensed healer during all interrogations, strict limitations on questioning scope, and comprehensive memory documentation for later review. These safeguards attempt to balance the potion's investigative value with respect for individual rights. Beyond its legal applications, Veritaserum has influenced wizarding culture in subtle but pervasive ways. The phrase, "as clear as Veritaserum," has entered common magical parlance to describe absolute honesty. Young witches and wizards sometimes dare each other to play 3 drops, a party game involving diluted truth potion that has been the downfall of many budding relationships. More seriously, marriage contracts in some traditional wizarding families include a Veritaserum clause, allowing for mediated truth serum consultation to resolve serious disputes. The shadows grow longer in our room as the fire burns lower, much as the shadows of deception retreat before the clear light of truth. Veritaserum reminds us that in the wizarding world, as in our own, truth can be both a powerful weapon and a precious healing balm, depending entirely on how we choose to use it. As you drift closer to sleep, consider this. If offered 3 drops of perfect truth serum and the chance to ask any question of any person, what would you ask? And perhaps more importantly, of whom would you ask it? Chapter 7. The Riddle House. Beyond the village of Little Hangleton, standing stark against the twilight sky, looms a once grand manor that holds secrets darker than the gathering shadows beneath its eaves. The Riddle House, as the locals call it, sits on a hill overlooking the village, watching, waiting, remembering. Tonight, we shall trace the history of this imposing dwelling, whose walls have witnessed both Muggle tragedy and magical malevolence, a place where the disparate worlds of wizard and non-wizard collided with consequences that would echo through generations. The house was built in the late Georgian period, around 1810, by a wealthy industrialist named Thaddeus Riddle, who had made his fortune in textile manufacturing during Britain's Industrial Revolution. The architecture reflects the prosperity and confidence of that era, a symmetrical facade of honey-colored stone, tall windows designed to capture light, and an impressive portico supported by classical columns. In its prime, the house boasted over 30 rooms, including a grand ballroom where the local gentry would gather for lavish social events that were the talk of the county. For generations, the Riddle family maintained their position as the wealthiest and most influential residents of Little Hangleton. They employed much of the village, owned most of the surrounding land, and held positions of authority in local governance. This prominence came with a certain aloofness that did not endear them to their neighbors. The Riddles were respected, certainly, but rarely loved, a family that inspired deference rather than affection. By the early 20th century, the family had dwindled to just 3 members, Thomas Riddle and his wife Mary, and their handsome son Tom. Thomas had inherited not only the family estate, but also his ancestors' haughty demeanor. Mary shared her husband's sense of superiority, and young Tom grew up with an inflated sense of his own importance. Handsome and charming when he wished to be, Tom Riddle was the subject of much admiration among the young women of the village, though he showed little genuine interest in any of them. The Riddles' comfortable life proceeded undisturbed until the summer of 1925, when young Tom suddenly and inexplicably eloped with Merope Gaunt, the daughter of the disreputable Gaunt family, who lived in a dilapidated cottage on the outskirts of the village. The match was considered scandalous by all who knew of it. The Gaunts were notorious for their strange behavior, apparent poverty, and unsanitary living conditions. Merope herself was plain in appearance, and known to be peculiar. What the Muggle villagers could not know was that Merope was a witch, descended from Salazar Slytherin himself, though years of isolation and inbreeding had left the family's magical abilities diminished. In a desperate bid to escape her abusive father and brother, and driven by an obsessive infatuation with the handsome Tom Riddle, Merope had used a love potion to ensnare him. Tom Riddle Sr. remained under the influence of this enchantment for nearly a year, during which time Merope became pregnant. Whether from a misguided belief that he had grown to genuinely love her, or perhaps due to the difficulties of continuing to administer the potion while pregnant, Merope eventually stopped giving Tom the love potion. The enchantment broken, he abandoned his wife and unborn child immediately, fleeing back to his parents at the Riddle House. In the aftermath of this shameful episode, the Riddles withdrew even further from village life. Tom Riddle Sr. rarely left the estate, spending his days riding his horses on the grounds, or sitting silently in the library. Thomas and Mary circulated a story that their son had been taken in by the Gaunt girl, implying some form of deception or trickery, ironically closer to the truth than they could have known. The villagers, for their part, were all too happy to gossip about the scandal behind the Riddles' backs, while maintaining a facade of respect to their faces. Meanwhile, Merope Gaunt, destitute and heartbroken, made her way to London where, on New Year's Eve 1926, she gave birth to a son in an orphanage. With her dying breath, she named the boy Tom Marvolo Riddle, after his father and her own father, Marvolo. This child, raised in the Muggle orphanage without knowledge of his magical heritage, would grow to become Lord Voldemort, and the Riddle House would eventually play a pivotal role in his dark journey. For 16 years, the Riddles continued their isolated existence, unaware of the half-blood wizard child who carried their name and harbored a growing darkness within him. The manor house, once a center of local society, became a symbol of faded grandeur and mysterious seclusion. Gardens that had once been the pride of the county fell into less manicured states, though they were still maintained by a skeleton staff, including the gardener Frank Bryce, who had returned from war with a stiff leg and a preference for solitude that matched his employer's. The summer of 1943 brought the event that would forever cement the Riddle house in local infamy. On a warm August morning, the maid arrived to find all three Riddles dead in the drawing room. Thomas and Mary sat on the sofa, while Tom occupied an armchair near the fireplace. All three were described as looking utterly terrified, yet there was no sign of injury or struggle. The doors had been locked from the inside, the windows secured. No poison was found in their evening tea. The police investigation focused initially on Frank Bryce, who claimed to have seen a pale, dark-haired teenage boy walking up toward the house on the evening of the deaths. With no other leads and pressure to solve the case, the local authorities arrested Frank, but were ultimately forced to release him due to lack of evidence. The official cause of death was recorded as heart failure brought on by shock or fright, an explanation that satisfied no one but closed the case in the absence of alternatives. What the Muggle authorities could never have determined was that 16-year-old Tom Marvolo Riddle, having discovered his parentage and located his Muggle father, had visited the Riddle house that night. In his first significant act of darkness, he murdered his father and grandparents with the killing curse, framed his maternal uncle Morfin Gaunt for the crime, and returned to Hogwarts with the Gaunt family ring as a trophy. After the tragedy, the Riddle house passed through a succession of owners, none of whom resided there for long. Local rumors claimed the house was haunted, that strange sounds could be heard at night, that plants in the garden withered unnaturally. These rumors were fueled partly by Frank Bryce, who continued to live in his cottage on the grounds and maintained the gardens out of a sense of duty, despite the suspicion with which villagers regarded him. The house fell into increasing disrepair as the decades passed. Rooms were closed off as roof leaks developed, fine furniture was covered with dust cloths, and gardens became less formal, though still maintained by the aging Frank. By the 1990s, the once proud manor was owned by a wealthy businessman who never visited, keeping it only for tax purposes and employing Frank as a caretaker, more out of inertia than necessity. In the summer of 1994, the Riddle house once again became the setting for dark events when Lord Voldemort, reduced to a barely corporeal form after his failed attempt to kill Harry Potter, took refuge there with his servant Peter Pettigrew. The symmetry was both practical and symbolic. Voldemort returning to the home of the father he had murdered, the place where his journey toward darkness had advanced significantly. The great house, by then a shadow of its former glory, provided the isolation Voldemort needed as he regained strength and planned his return to power. The once grand drawing room, where his father and grandparents had died by his hand, became the setting for his temporary residence and the place where he received reports from his Death Eaters. Frank Bryce, still living in his cottage at the age of 77, noticed lights in the supposedly empty house one night and went to investigate, believing vandals had broken in. Instead, he overheard Voldemort and Pettigrew discussing their plans, including the murder of a boy. Before he could alert authorities, Frank was discovered and killed by Voldemort, the second Muggle to die in that house at the Dark Lord's hand. After Voldemort's departure for the Quidditch World Cup, and subsequently to position Barty Crouch Jr. at Hogwarts, the Riddle house stood empty once more. Following the Dark Lord's resurrection in the graveyard of Little Hangleton in June 1995, he did not return to the house, preferring more secure and magically protected locations for his operations. The physical contrast between the grand Riddle house and the decrepit Gaunt shack nearby represented the stark division between Voldemort's Muggle and magical heritage, both of which he came to despise. The Riddle house symbolized the wealth and privilege from which he had been excluded by his father's abandonment, while the Gaunt shack represented the fallen state of what had once been a proud magical lineage. In the years following Voldemort's final defeat, the Riddle house continued its slow decline. With Frank Bryce gone and no new caretaker appointed, the gardens grew wild, and the structure began to fail. Roof tiles slipped from their positions during winter storms. Windows cracked and were not repaired, and ivy began to reclaim the walls as nature slowly erased the evidence of human habitation. By 2020, only the foundations and partial walls remained, with nature steadily reclaiming the site. Local Muggle authorities eventually declared the ruins unsafe and restricted access, though this did not prevent occasional trespassing by thrill-seeking teenagers or the odd visitor with a peculiar interest in the site of the mysterious Riddle deaths. The Ministry of Magic maintains subtle monitoring charms on the area, as they do at all locations with significant connections to Voldemort's history. These are designed to detect any unusual magical activity that might indicate dark wizards attempting to establish some connection with the fallen Dark Lord. So far, these monitors have detected nothing beyond the occasional curious magical tourist paying their respects to the site of Harry Potter's famous confrontation in the nearby graveyard. For those sensitive to magical resonances, the ruins of the Riddle House still emanate a faint aura of darkness. This is not surprising, as violent deaths, particularly those caused by unforgivable curses, leave traces that linger for generations. Some magical historians have suggested that the multiple deaths that occurred there, separated by decades but connected by blood and malice, created a kind of magical echo that reinforces itself over time. The local Muggles of Little Hangleton have their own relationship with the ruins on the hill. Most avoid the area, claiming it feels wrong or cold even on warm days. Some of the older residents still tell stories of the mysterious Riddle deaths and Frank Bryce's strange end, though with each retelling, the tales grow more elaborate and less accurate. Few connect these events with the odd happenings at the old graveyard in the summer of 1995, which most attribute to vandalism or storm damage. The shadows lengthen across what was once a grand entry hall, as we conclude our exploration of this significant location in wizarding history. The Riddle House stands as a monument to how the choices of one generation ripple forward to affect those that follow, how hatred and rejection can create wounds that fester across decades, and how places themselves can become repositories for the darkest aspects of human experience, whether magical or Muggle. As the last light fades from the ruins of what was once the finest house in the village, consider this: what legacies do we leave in the places we inhabit, and how might the emotions we experience within those walls, love, hatred, fear, or hope, linger long after we ourselves are gone? Chapter 8. The creation of a screaming book. The candlelight flickers across ancient bookshelves, illuminating spines of varying ages, colors, and dispositions. Among the countless magical texts that fill the libraries and bookshops of the wizarding world, there exists a particular category that demands special attention, not through the wisdom of their words, but through the alarming vocal abilities of the books themselves. Tonight, we delve into the curious magical craft of creating screaming books, those literary guardians that protect their forbidden knowledge with ear-splitting shrieks. The practice of enchanting books to vocally protest unauthorized reading has existed since at least the early medieval period, when wizard scholars first began compiling texts containing information they deemed too dangerous for casual perusal. Unlike the Monster Book of Monsters, which exhibits full sentience and aggressive physical behavior, screaming books are more limited in their animation. They possess no physical mobility, but are enchanted with a specific defensive mechanism, the ability to emit piercing, attention-grabbing sounds when opened by unauthorized readers. The theoretical foundation for creating screaming books draws on several branches of magic. At its core is a modified version of the caterwauling charm, which normally creates an alarm that sounds when an intruder enters a protected area. In books, this charm is adapted to trigger when the cover is opened by someone who hasn't performed the proper counterspell or identifying ritual. This is combined with elements of the protean charm, which allows the book to recognize different readers based on subtle magical signatures. Erasmus Lev-Kopoulos, a 14th century Greek wizard librarian, is credited with developing the first standardized method for creating screaming books. His treatise, Vociferous Volumes, a practical guide to literary protection, outlines the precise wand movements and incantations required. According to historical accounts, Lev Kopolos developed the technique after several rare manuscripts were stolen from his library in Constantinople. His innovation quickly spread throughout Europe's magical libraries and eventually became standard practice for protecting sensitive texts. The actual creation process is both intricate and fascinating. It begins with the preparation of the book itself, which must be bound using specific materials depending on the desired effect. For the standard screaming book, the binding typically incorporates strands of banshee hair woven into the thread used to stitch the signatures together. This provides the necessary magical resonance for producing loud sounds without requiring the book to have an actual vocal apparatus. The paper itself must be treated with a special potion brewed during a waning moon. This mixture typically contains powdered bicorn horn, which anchors the durability of the enchantment. Essence of wormwood, which creates a bitter response to unauthorized handling. Syrup of hellebore, which enhances the book's sensitivity to magical signatures. And most importantly, distilled caterwauling solution, which provides the acoustic properties necessary for the scream. After the book is physically assembled, the enchantment process begins. This must be performed in relative silence, as ambient noise can interfere with the delicate sound-based magic being woven. The primary enchantment requires precise wand work while reciting an incantation that, ironically, must be whispered rather than spoken at normal volume. Most wand makers recommend using woods with good acoustic properties for this spell. Cedar, spruce, or maple are particularly effective. According to master bookbinder Theodora Bindlethwaite, who has created protective enchantments for many volumes in the Ministry of Magic's private collection, the key is to visualize the book's voice while casting. Each screaming book has a slightly different tone. Some wail, some shriek, some produce a low, bone-chilling moan. The sound should reflect the nature of the content being protected. The most crucial and complex aspect of creating a screaming book is programming it to recognize legitimate readers. There are several methods for accomplishing this, each with advantages and disadvantages. The simplest approach is a password system, where a specific phrase must be spoken before opening the book. More sophisticated versions might require a particular wand movement performed over the cover, or even a drop of blood from an authorized user. The most secure screaming books, such as those found in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, use a complex recognition system that responds to magical signatures embedded in permission notes from authorized staff. This is why Madame Pince, the Hogwarts librarian, insists on examining all permission slips so carefully. She is not merely checking the handwriting, but also the embedded magical signature of the issuing professor. Different types of screaming books have been developed for various purposes throughout wizarding history. The most common is the standard attention scream, designed simply to alert librarians or owners to unauthorized access. These books emit a single, sharp shriek that continues until the book is closed or properly authenticated. The sound, while startling, is not harmful in itself. More dangerous variations exist, however. The sonorous scrolls created by the Department of Mysteries in the 17th century were enchanted to emit screams at a frequency that could cause temporary disorientation and nausea in the unauthorized reader. These books were designed not just to alert, but to actively deter and incapacitate potential thieves or spies. The most extreme example may be the infamous Liber Ululatus created by the dark wizard Herpo the Foul, which supposedly emitted a scream that could temporarily paralyze the listener. Only 3 copies were ever made, and the Ministry of Magic has confirmed that 2 have been destroyed. The location of the 3rd remains unknown, though rumors persist that it resides in a locked vault deep within Gringotts Bank. In the modern era, the creation of new screaming books has declined somewhat, as more sophisticated magical protections have been developed. However, they remain in use for particularly sensitive texts, especially in academic settings. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry maintains one of the largest collections of screaming books in Britain within its restricted section, a testament to both the age of its library and the potentially dangerous nature of many magical texts housed there. The restricted section at Hogwarts deserves special mention in any discussion of screaming books, as it contains perhaps the most diverse collection of vocally protective texts in Wizarding Britain. According to former students who have had legitimate reason to research there, the experience can be quite unnerving. Harry Potter, who had an unauthorized nighttime encounter with the section during his first year, described a particularly memorable book that let out a blood-curdling shriek that didn't stop when he opened it, nearly alerting caretaker Argus Filch to his forbidden exploration. Madame Irma Pince, the formidable librarian of Hogwarts, has developed a highly organized system for managing these noisy tomes. Each book is categorized not only by subject matter, but also by the type and volume of its scream, allowing her to identify exactly which book has been disturbed by an unauthorized student. She can reportedly distinguish between the specific wail of magic most evil and the hollow moan of secrets of the darkest art from 3 rooms away, a skill that has foiled many attempted forbidden research projects over the years. For students with legitimate permission to access these works, various techniques have been developed to manage the challenges of working with books that might scream at any moment. Many students report wearing enchanted earmuffs similar to those used in herbology for repotting mandrakes, though these must be specially modified to block only certain frequencies so that normal conversation remains possible. Others become skilled at the precise movements necessary to keep a potentially volatile book calm during research. Hermione Granger, known for her extensive academic research, reportedly developed a technique of positioning a screaming book within a small portable silence barrier of her own creation, a clever adaptation of the silencing charm that contained any potential outburst without disturbing other library users. This innovation impressed even Madame Pince, who has been known to recommend the technique to advanced students. Beyond Hogwarts, other major magical institutions maintain their own collections of screaming books. The Bodleian Magical Annex at Oxford has a reading room specifically designed with acoustic dampening spells built into the walls to minimize disruption when a book inevitably screams. The Bibliothèque Magique in Paris houses its vocal volumes in special glass cases that contain the sound until a librarian can attend to the disturbance. According to a survey conducted by the Practical Potioneer in 2010, the loudest known screaming book currently in existence is Infernal Resonance, Acoustic Properties of Netherworld Phenomena, ironically a textbook about magical sounds. Created in 1872 by acoustical wizard Bartholomew Babling, the book has been measured producing screams at 157 decibels, louder than a jet engine and capable of causing immediate pain and potential hearing damage. It is currently stored in a lead-lined vault at the Department of Mysteries, where it is studied by unspeakables researching the weaponization of sound. Modern magical bookbinders have developed more selective screaming enchantments that respond differently to different unauthorized readers. The security texts used in Gringotts Bank, for instance, remain silent if opened by someone with no comprehension of their contents, such as a lost child or confused muggle who might have wandered into a restricted area, but emit an ear-splitting shriek if the reader shows signs of understanding and interest in the sensitive financial information they contain. This nuanced response represents the cutting edge of screaming book technology. For the average witch or wizard who might want to protect their private journal or family grimoire without resorting to potentially dangerous spells, simplified versions of screaming book enchantments are available. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes offers a howling homework helper that can be applied to any notebook, causing it to emit embarrassing wolf whistles or rude noises if opened by siblings or classmates. More seriously, Flourish and Blots sells screaming security spellotape that can be applied to any book binding to create a basic alarm effect. The tradition of screaming books, while sometimes seen as antiquated in an age of more sophisticated magical protections, remains an important part of wizarding literary culture. These vocal volumes remind us that knowledge itself can be dangerous when approached without proper preparation, a physical manifestation of the wisdom that some learning requires guidance, context, and readiness that not all potential readers possess. As the candle burns low and shadows dance across the walls of our shared sanctuary, Consider this question. What knowledge would you protect with such dramatic measures, and what secrets of your own might cry out in protest if uncovered by someone not prepared to understand them? Chapter 9. The Final Master of the Elder Wand. The embers in our hearth glow with ancient light, reminiscent of the magical energies that have flowed through the hands of those who sought power across the centuries. We have already explored the bloody trail of the Elder Wand through history. But now we turn to the final chapters in its long and storied existence, to understand how the most powerful wand ever created ultimately met its fate, and who truly became its final master. The path to understanding the Elder Wand's final allegiance requires us to unravel a complex web of events that began on a lightning-struck tower and ended in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It is a tale of misconceptions and subtle magical laws that even the most brilliant wizards can misinterpret with fatal consequences. For most of the 20th century, Albus Dumbledore was widely recognized as the master of the Elder Wand, having won it in his legendary duel with Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. For over 50 years, the wand's bloody history seemed to have been tamed by a wizard wise enough to understand its dangers and disciplined enough not to be seduced by its power. Dumbledore used the wand not for dominance, but for protection, education, and the advancement of magical knowledge. As the Second Wizarding War intensified, Dumbledore made a critical decision regarding the wand's future. Knowing that Lord Voldemort was likely to seek the Elder Wand to overcome the connection between his own wand and Harry Potter's, Dumbledore devised a plan. Already dying from a cursed injury sustained while destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore arranged with Severus Snape to end his life at a predetermined time. Dumbledore's reasoning was subtle and sophisticated. He believed that by planning his own death, by dying undefeated in a duel, he would break the wand's power. As he explained to Snape in a conversation later revealed through memories, "The Elder Wand cannot serve me properly, because I did not defeat its last owner. I took it from the grave of Albus Dumbledore, but it came to me from his murderer." This plan, however brilliant, was undermined by events Dumbledore could not foresee. On the night of his death, atop the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was confronted not by Snape as planned, but first by Draco Malfoy. The young Slytherin, acting under Voldemort's orders and threat of death to his family, had managed to infiltrate Death Eaters into the school and corner the weakened headmaster. In this crucial moment, Draco disarmed Dumbledore with the Expelliarmus spell, sending the Elder Wand flying from the old wizard's hand. Though Snape ultimately cast the killing curse that ended Dumbledore's life, in the complex and ancient laws of wand lore, the wand's allegiance had already transferred to Draco Malfoy. This subtle shift would prove to be Voldemort's ultimate undoing. Unaware of this transfer of loyalty, Lord Voldemort proceeded with his plan to acquire the Elder Wand. Months after Dumbledore's death, he desecrated the White Tomb on the shores of the Hogwarts Lake, removing the wand from Dumbledore's peaceful hands. Voldemort believed that by taking the wand from Dumbledore's grave, he was claiming its allegiance, a fundamental misunderstanding of wand lore that revealed a surprising blind spot in his otherwise extensive magical knowledge. In his arrogance, Voldemort assumed that the physical possession of the wand was sufficient to command its full power. When the wand did not perform to the exceptional level he expected, he concluded not that its allegiance lay elsewhere, but that something was blocking its connection to him. This led him to one of his most grievous errors, the belief that Severus Snape, as Dumbledore's killer, was the wand's true master, and therefore needed to be eliminated. Meanwhile, far from Voldemort's presence, another pivotal event in the wand's journey occurred at Malfoy Manor. Harry Potter, captured and brought before Bellatrix Lestrange, and the Malfoys, managed to physically overpower Draco during an escape attempt. In the struggle, Harry wrested 3 wands from Draco's hand, Draco's own Hawthorn wand, as well as those belonging to Bellatrix and Peter Pettigrew, which Draco had been holding. This seemingly minor skirmish had profound implications that no one present realized at the time. By forcibly taking Draco's wand, Harry had unknowingly won the allegiance of all wands that recognized Draco as their master, including the Elder Wand, which was not even physically present. Through this subtle magical transaction, the most powerful wand in existence transferred its loyalty to Harry Potter, even as it remained in Voldemort's possession. The complexity of wand lore is illustrated perfectly in this chain of events. The Elder Wand, more than any other, embodies the wand-making principle articulated by Garrick Ollivander. The wand chooses the wizard. The Elder Wand's choice of master does not depend on physical possession, but on magical conquest. It recognizes not legal ownership, but dominance, a principle that aligns with its origins as a wand created specifically for winning duels. Wand lore experts like Ollivander understand that wands form deep connections with their masters, learning from them and growing with them. When a wand is taken by force, its allegiance can change, and the Elder Wand, with its unique properties, is particularly sensitive to shifts in power dynamics. As Ollivander explained to Harry, the manner of taking matters much also depends on the wand itself. In general, however, where a wand has been won, its allegiance will change. As the final confrontation approached, 3 individuals believed themselves to be connected to the Elder Wand, each with a different understanding. Voldemort believed he was the master through possession and through killing Snape, whom he mistakenly thought was the previous master. Dumbledore, from beyond the grave, hoped the wand's power had been broken by his planned death, and Harry Potter, through insights gained from Ollivander and his own intuition, came to realize that he had unknowingly become the wand's true master. The culmination of this tangled wand lore came during the Battle of Hogwarts. After Harry's apparent death and miraculous return, he and Voldemort faced each other in the Great Hall before witnesses from both sides of the conflict. In this moment, Harry finally revealed the truth to Voldemort about the wand's allegiance. The wand still isn't working properly for you because you murdered the wrong person, Harry told his nemesis as they circled each other. Severus Snape was never the true master of the Elder Wand. He never defeated Dumbledore. With remarkable clarity for one so young, Harry explained the sequence of events. The Elder Wand recognized a new master before Dumbledore died, someone who never even laid a hand on it. The new master removed the wand from Dumbledore against his will, never realizing exactly what he had done, or that the world's most dangerous wand had given him its allegiance. Voldemort's reaction to this revelation demonstrated his fundamental misunderstanding of magic at its deepest levels. He dismissed Harry's explanation, clinging to his belief that the wand would ultimately recognize him as the stronger wizard. "After I have killed you, I can attend to Draco Malfoy," he declared, still fixated on physical elimination rather than the magical principles already in effect. In the final moment, when Voldemort cast the killing curse and Harry responded with his signature disarming charm, the Elder Wand's true allegiance became unmistakably clear. The wand refused to kill its true master. Instead, Voldemort's curse rebounded upon himself, an echo of what had happened in Godric's Hollow 16 years earlier, but this time with finality. As Voldemort fell, the Elder Wand arced through the air toward the hand it recognized as its master's. Harry Potter caught it with the skill of a born seeker, and in that moment became the first person in history to unite all 3 Deathly Hallows. The cloak of invisibility he had inherited from his father, the resurrection stone given to him through Dumbledore's will, and now the Elder Wand, won through the complex path of wand lore. But Harry's relationship with the Elder Wand would prove to be unlike any master before him. Whereas previous owners had sought the wand for its power, Harry understood its danger. He had witnessed firsthand the destruction wrought by the pursuit of power, and had no desire to continue the wand's bloody legacy. In a decision that demonstrated wisdom beyond his years, Harry chose not to keep the Elder Wand. "I don't want it," he told his closest friends afterward. "I've had enough trouble for a lifetime." Harry's plan for the Elder Wand represented a profound break from its centuries-long history of violence. He intended to return it to Dumbledore's tomb, believing that if he died a natural death as its master, the wand's extraordinary power would finally be broken. The wand that had caused so much bloodshed would finally rest in peace with the wizard who who had first tried to tame its destructive potential. In the years that followed, Harry never again used the Elder Wand, except for one noble purpose: to repair his own broken Holly and Phoenix Feather Wand, which had been his faithful companion since his entry into the wizarding world. This single act of restoration, rather than destruction or dominance, perhaps best symbolizes Harry's unique relationship with power, using it to heal rather than to harm. Magical historians continue to debate whether Harry Potter should be considered the final master of the Elder Wand. Some argue that by returning it to Dumbledore's tomb without being defeated, Harry remains its technical master even today, though the wand lies unused. Others believe that Harry's rejection of the wand and its power constitutes a different kind of ending to its story, not through defeat or death, but through the conscious refusal of its temptation. Wandmaker Giovanni Quinzio has suggested that Harry's decision may have fundamentally altered the wand itself. Wands learn from their masters, he wrote in his treatise on famous wands. The Elder Wand, having finally known a master who rejected its offer of supreme power, may have undergone a transformation unlike any in its long history. Perhaps it now lies dormant, awaiting a master who would seek it not for power, but for similarly noble purposes. What is certain is that since the Battle of Hogwarts, no dark wizard has successfully located or claimed the Elder Wand. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains special protections around Dumbledore's tomb, though they will neither confirm nor deny whether these measures are specifically related to the wand's presence. The story of the Elder Wand's final master reveals profound truths about the nature of power and those who seek it. Voldemort, who dedicated his life to the pursuit of power through any means necessary, was ultimately defeated by his inability to understand power's deeper nature. Harry, who never sought power for its own sake, became the master of the most powerful wand in existence precisely because of his indifference to its allure. As wandmaker Ollivander once said, "The wand chooses the wizard. It's not always clear why." Perhaps the Elder Wand, after centuries of choosing masters who desired its power, finally chose one who did not, and in doing so found a kind of peace it had never known before. The fire has burned low now, casting long shadows across our room. As you drift towards slumber, consider this question: if you were to become master of the Elder Wand through some twist of fate, would you have the wisdom to reject its power as Harry did? Or would you be tempted to explore the heights of magic it might help you achieve? Chapter 10. The Legacy of Ignatus Peverell. Moonlight streams through the window, casting a silvery glow reminiscent of an invisibility cloak's shimmering fabric. Tonight, we turn our attention to a wizard whose legacy endured, not through conquest or dominance, but through wisdom, humility, and a magical artifact that protected generations of his descendants. Let us explore the remarkable story of Ignatus Peverell, the youngest and wisest of the three brothers whose encounter with death gave rise to the legend of the Deathly Hallows. Unlike his brothers Antioch and Cadmus, whose stories ended in tragedy, and whose powerful creations, the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, brought suffering to those who possessed them, Ignatus lived a long and fulfilled life. His legacy extends beyond the remarkable cloak he received, encompassing a philosophical approach to both magic and mortality that stands in stark contrast to the patterns that dominated wizarding history. The tale of the three brothers, as recorded in the tales of Beedle the Bard, tells us that when faced with death at a treacherous river, Ignatus requested something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by death. This seemingly simple request reveals a profound understanding of life's true priorities, not to defeat death or reverse it, but to live fully and completely until naturally meeting one's end. Death, according to the legend, reluctantly handed over his own cloak of invisibility, not a common invisibility cloak that loses its power over time or can be penetrated by detection spells, but a perfect, permanent concealment that could hide the wearer even from death itself. While scholars debate whether the three brothers actually met a personified death or simply created their powerful objects through exceptional magical skill, the symbolism of Ignatus's choice remains powerful either way. Historical records suggest that Ignatus Peverell was born around 1214 in the West Country of England, likely in what would later be known as Godric's Hollow. Archaeological evidence indicates that a significant magical community existed in this area during the medieval period, with several powerful magical families maintaining residences there. The Peverell brothers were known to be extraordinarily talented wizards, with particular gifts in magical craftsmanship and invention. Unlike his brat, her Antioch, who traveled widely showcasing his dueling prowess with the Elder Wand, or Cadmus, who isolated himself with the Resurrection Stone in an attempt to reunite with his lost love. Ignatus settled in Godric's Hollow and lived what appeared to be a remarkably ordinary life by wizarding standards. He married, raised a family, and according to local records, worked as a magical artificer, creating enchanted objects for practical use rather than objects of power or dominance. What distinguished Ignatus from his brothers was not just his choice of gift or his quieter life, but his fundamental relationship with magic itself. Contemporary accounts describe him as a wizard who viewed magic as a tool for living well rather than a means of accumulating power. A fragmentary journal attributed to him contains the passage, "Magic exists not to elevate us above our fellow beings, but to reveal the wonders that exist in living fully within the world as it is." This philosophical approach extended to his use of the Cloak of Invisibility. Unlike other powerful magical objects that tempted their owners toward grandiose or destructive acts, the cloak enabled a different kind of power, the ability to observe without being observed, to move through the world undetected, and when necessary, to protect oneself and loved ones from those who might do harm. These qualities aligned perfectly with Ignatus's values of wisdom, humility, and protection. The grave of Ignatus Peverell can still be found in the cemetery at Godric's Hollow, marked by a weathered headstone bearing the symbol that would later become associated with the Deathly Hallows. A vertical line representing the Elder Wand, enclosed within a circle symbolizing the Resurrection Stone, both contained within a triangle that represents the Cloak of Invisibility. For centuries, this symbol was recognized only by those who sought knowledge of the Hallows, a quest known as the Hallows Quest. What is particularly significant about Ignatus's legacy is how it continued through generations of his descendants. While the Elder Wand passed from one wizard to another through violence, and the Resurrection Stone brought anguish to its possessors, the Cloak of Invisibility was carefully handed down through Ignatus's family line as a treasured heirloom, used not for personal gain but for protection and occasionally benign mischief. The magical properties of the cloak defy conventional magical understanding. Ordinary invisibility cloaks, typically made from demiguise hair or enchanted with disillusionment charms, deteriorate over time, becoming opaque and losing their effectiveness. Additionally, they can be penetrated by certain detection spells and are vulnerable to the Revelio charm. The Peverell cloak, however, has maintained its perfect effectiveness for over 7 centuries, a fact that led Xenophilius Lovegood to declare it a cloak that endures eternally, giving constant and impenetrable concealment, no matter what spells are cast at it. Magical researchers who have studied accounts of the cloak have identified several unique properties beyond its permanent invisibility. It appears to resist accidental damage, maintaining its integrity despite centuries of use. It adapts to the size of the wearer, concealing a small child as effectively as a full-grown adult or even multiple people. Perhaps most remarkably, it seems to possess an inherent protective quality, allowing the wearer to avoid detection not just visually but through other magical means as well. The Peverell family maintained a relatively low profile in wizarding history after Ignatus, though they were respected as an old pure-blood line. Through intermarriage with other magical families, the direct male line eventually died out, though the cloak continued to pass through descendants. By the 13th century, the Peverell name had disappeared, but the bloodline continued through other families, most notably the Potters. Hardwin Potter, who married Iolanthe Peverell, Ignatus's granddaughter, became the first Potter to possess the cloak. Iolanthe, being the eldest of her generation with no brothers, had inherited the cloak according to the family tradition. The Potters, like their Peverell ancestors, used the cloak responsibly, establishing a family tradition of passing it from parent to child, along with the story of its origins and the responsibility it entailed. Throughout generations, the Potters respected the cloak's power without becoming obsessed with it or the other hallows. They established themselves as skilled wizards in various fields, from potions innovation to magical jurisprudence, maintaining the balance between magical ability and humility that Ignatus had embodied. By keeping the cloak's existence relatively quiet, they avoided attracting the attention of those who might have sought to take it by force. Henry Potter, known as Harry to his friends, served on the Wizengamot from 1913 to 1921, and caused a minor controversy by publicly condemning the Minister for Magic for forbidding the magical community from helping Muggles during the First World War. This ethical stance, prioritizing compassion over magical seclusion, echoes the values associated with Ignatus's legacy, using one's abilities to protect others rather than to seek power over them. Fleamont Potter, who developed Sleekazy's hair potion and quadrupled the family gold, continued the tradition of magical innovation for practical benefit rather than power. Upon his retirement, he sold the company for a vast profit, further enriching the Potter family and ensuring financial security for future generations. He and his wife Euphemia lived to see the birth of their grandson, Harry Potter, but died of dragonpox before his first birthday. James Potter inherited the cloak from his father and used it during his time at Hogwarts for youthful adventures with his friends. While these uses might seem frivolous compared to the cloak's grand history, they reflect the balance of responsibility and joy that characterized the Potter family's relationship with the powerful artifact. James later used the cloak for more serious purposes during his work with the Order of the Phoenix, fighting against Lord Voldemort's first rise to power. In an act that would prove fateful, James entrusted the cloak to Albus Dumbledore shortly before going into hiding under the Fidelius charm. Dumbledore, who had been seeking the Hallows in his youth, requested to study the cloak, recognizing it as potentially one of the legendary Hallows. This meant that on the night Lord Voldemort attacked Godric's Hollow, James did not have the cloak's protection available to him or his family, a circumstance that has led some magical historians to wonder whether events might have unfolded differently had the cloak remained in his possession. The cloak's return to Harry Potter on Christmas morning during his first year at Hogwarts represents the continuation of Ignatus's legacy in its most direct form. Like his ancestor, Harry used the cloak primarily for protection and for helping others rather than personal gain. Throughout his school years and the Second Wizarding War, the cloak served as his most reliable magical tool, allowing him to gather crucial information, move undetected through dangerous situations, and protect both himself and his friends from harm. Most poignantly, Harry's relationship with death itself echoed that of his distant ancestor. When facing Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, believing he was walking to his death, Harry turned the resurrection stone over in his hand 3 times, calling forth images of his parents, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, for comfort and courage. In that moment, like Ignatus before him, he accepted mortality rather than trying to conquer it, greeting death as an old friend. The parallels between Ignatus and Harry extend beyond their use of the Hallows. Both lived during times of significant magical conflict. Both valued friendship and family above power. Both understood that wisdom often lies in restraint rather than in the exercise of all the power one might command. And ultimately, both chose to live well rather than to pursue immortality or unbeatable power. After the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry did what none of the previous Seekers of the Hallows had managed. He united all 3 Deathly Hallows as their true master. Yet in perhaps his wisest decision, he chose to retain only the cloak, returning the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's tomb and leaving the Resurrection Stone lost in the Forbidden Forest. In doing so, he honored the legacy of Ignatus Peverell more profoundly than any wizard since the original brother himself. The cloak remains with the Potter family today, its powers undiminished by the centuries. Harry Potter has presumably shared with his children the same stories and responsibilities that accompanied the cloak through generations, ensuring that Ignatus's legacy of wisdom in the face of power continues. In the quiet cemetery of Godric's Hollow, Ignatus's weathered grave stands as a subtle monument to a different kind of magical greatness, not the overwhelming power sought by so many ambitious wizards throughout history, but the deeper magic of living wisely, loving fully, and accepting the natural order of life and death. The symbol on his grave, once recognized only by Hallows seekers, has taken on new meaning in the wizarding world post-Voldemort, representing the triumph of wisdom over power, of acceptance over conquest. As the moonlight shifts across our room, casting new shadows and illuminating different corners, consider this. In a world that often celebrates power and dominance, might the truest magic lie in Ignatus's path, the wisdom to remain humble, to protect rather than conquer, and ultimately to greet the inevitable, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as an old friend at the natural conclusion of a life well lived. Chapter 11. The Resistance to Truth Serum. The night has grown deeper, and our conversation turns to matters of mind and will, the fascinating and complex subject of resistance to magical truth serums. In a world where thoughts can be revealed through potions, where does the boundary between magical influence and personal autonomy truly lie? Let us explore the methods by which the most disciplined minds in the wizarding world have learned to guard their secrets, even against the most powerful truth-compelling concoctions. As we discussed in our earlier exploration of Veritaserum, the most potent truth serum ever created compels complete honesty by removing the subject's ability to recognize any advantage in deception. Yet despite its formidable power, this potion is not infallible. The existence of effective resistance methods is precisely why the Wizengamot has never relied solely on truth serums in criminal proceedings, despite their apparent convenience. The most effective form of resistance against Veritaserum and other truth serums comes through the mental discipline of occlumency, the magical art of sealing one's mind against external penetration. While occlumency is primarily known as a defense against legilimency, the direct magical reading of thoughts, its principles extend to protecting the mind against other forms of magical influence, including truth serums. Natural occlumens are exceedingly rare in the wizarding population. Perhaps 1 in 10,000 witches, or wizards, is born with an innate ability to compartmentalize their thoughts and shield their minds. These individuals often discover their gift in childhood, typically when they realize they can keep secrets from particularly perceptive parents or teachers without effort. Many natural occlumens go through life without fully understanding their unusual mental resilience, simply considering themselves good at keeping secrets. For the vast majority of the magical community, however, occlumency is an acquired skill requiring rigorous training and constant practice. The fundamental technique involves the systematic organization of thoughts, emotions, and memories, creating what accomplished occlumens describe as mental architecture that allows them to control which thoughts remain accessible and which are secured behind mental barriers. When facing interrogation under Veritaserum, a trained occlumens employs specific techniques to maintain their mental shields. The most basic approach is memory compartmentalization, where sensitive information is locked away in a mentally inaccessible part of the consciousness. More advanced practitioners can create false memory structures that feel emotionally true even to themselves, thus allowing them to honestly provide incorrect information while under the influence of truth serum. Severus Snape, widely regarded as one of the most accomplished occlumens of the modern era, described the process in his private notes as constructing a mind within a mind, a false surface that becomes, for all practical purposes, one's conscious reality, while the true thoughts remain secured in deeper chambers of consciousness. This advanced technique allowed him to successfully deceive even Lord Voldemort, a supremely talented legilimens, for years. Training in occlumency traditionally begins with meditation exercises focused on clearing the mind and controlling emotional responses. Students learn to recognize the sensation of their own thoughts and to differentiate between various mental states. This foundation is critical, as emotional control is essential for effective occlumency. Truth serums exploit the natural human impulse toward honesty that exists beneath conscious thought. Resisting requires the ability to regulate even these deeper impulses. The next phase of training involves constructing mental barriers using visualization techniques. Some occlumens envision their minds as physical spaces, libraries where certain books remain locked, fortresses with secret chambers, or landscapes with hidden caves. Others use more abstract visualizations, organizing thoughts into patterns that only they can navigate. These visualizations serve as frameworks that help the occlumens maintain mental organization, even under the influence of mind-altering substances. For resistance to Veritaserum specifically, advanced practitioners learn to create what master occlumency instructor Bellius Mendon termed conviction layering, the ability to believe temporary falsehoods with such intensity that they register as truth to the potion's magical effects. This technique requires extraordinary mental discipline, as the practitioner must essentially convince themselves of an alternate reality while maintaining awareness of the actual truth in a secured part of their consciousness. The training regimen for achieving this level of mental control is notoriously arduous. Historical accounts from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Specialized Occlumency Training Program describe a process that typically requires 3 to 5 years of daily practice. Trainees are regularly tested with progressively stronger truth serums, beginning with mild concoctions like babbling beverage and working up to diluted Veritaserum. Only those who demonstrate consistent resistance advance to full-strength testing. Side effects of this intensive training can be significant. Many trainees report persistent headaches, temporary memory disruptions, emotional numbness, and in some cases, difficulty distinguishing between their constructed mental shields and their authentic thoughts. These symptoms usually diminish as the occlumens gains greater mastery, but some effects may linger. Veteran occlumens often develop a characteristic guardedness in personal relationships, finding it difficult to lower their mental defenses even in intimate settings. Beyond the mental discipline of occlumency, there exist certain rare physiological conditions that confer natural resistance to truth serums. Most notable among these is Mendak's syndrome, an extremely uncommon magical condition affecting approximately 1 in 2 million witches and wizards. Those with Mendak's syndrome possess an atypical magical immune system that automatically neutralizes foreign magical substances designed to affect cognition. While this provides natural protection against truth serums, it also renders healing potions for mental ailments ineffective, creating significant medical challenges for affected individuals. Another exceedingly rare condition is dual consciousness disorder, in which the affected witch or wizard possesses 2 distinct awareness centers that function independently. When one consciousness is affected by Veritaserum, the other can maintain control over speech. The disorder is typically considered a serious magical malady requiring treatment, but historically, certain magical security agencies have been known to recruit affected individuals specifically for their natural resistance to truth compulsion. For those lacking either the skill of occlumency or natural resistance, certain physical countermeasures have been developed, though these are highly regulated and often illegal to possess without special authorization. The most effective is Mendak's solution, a complex potion that temporarily alters the magical receptors in the brain that Veritaserum targets. The solution must be taken preventively before truth serum is administered, and its effects last approximately 6 hours. The recipe for Mendak's solution is tightly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, classified as a restricted potion under Educational Decree 136. Its ingredients include powdered bitterroot, which blocks magical binding to neural receptor, essence of myrtlap, which provides protection against magical influence, crystallized jobbernull feathers, which counteract the truth-compelling properties of the same ingredient in Veritaserum, and most controversially, a single drop of venom from a rune's pores dreamer head, which creates a temporary dissociation between thought and speech. The brewing process for Mendak's solution is extraordinarily complex. requiring precise temperature control and ingredient timing that varies based on the lunar calendar. Few potion masters can create it successfully, and those who can typically require ministry certification and monitoring. Unauthorized brewing carries severe penalties, including potential imprisonment in Azkaban, as the potion is considered a potential tool for undermining magical law enforcement. A significant limitation of Mendak's solution is its detectability. The potion leaves distinctive magical traces in the user's system that can be identified through secondary testing spells. The Standard Magical Test for Countermeasures (SMTC), developed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in 1978, can detect traces of Mendak's solution for up to 48 hours after consumption. More advanced detection spells developed by Unspeakables can identify residual markers for nearly a week. Beyond these primary methods of resistance, various lesser countermeasures exist with limited effectiveness. Certain rare herbs, when chewed immediately before Veritaserum administration, can partially reduce its effects, though not eliminate them entirely. The root of the Himalayan singing fern, for instance, creates a temporary numbing effect on magical receptors, sometimes allowing the subject to resist milder truth potions for the first few minutes of questioning. Some magical theorists have suggested that wandless, non-verbal confundus charms directed inward might create enough mental confusion to render truth serum results unreliable, though this approach carries significant risk of self-inflicted magical damage. Similarly, certain mental exercises derived from ancient magical traditions claim to create temporary resistance through intense focus on a single irrelevant thought, though empirical evidence for their effectiveness remains minimal. The limitations of truth serums in magical law enforcement became particularly evident during the First Wizarding War. Despite Minister Millicent Bagnold's controversial expanded authorization for Veritaserum use, several captured Death Eaters successfully resisted interrogation. Most notable among these was Bellatrix Lestrange, whose fanatical devotion to Lord Voldemort apparently created a form of natural occlumency through absolute conviction. According to Aurora reports, under full doses of Veritaserum, Lestrange continued to insist on Voldemort's imminent return and her own righteousness, believing these claims with such fervor that the potion registered them as her truth. The ability to detect resistance to truth serums became nearly as important to magical law enforcement as the serums themselves. Beyond the SMTC mentioned earlier, specialized training programs were developed to help interrogators recognize subtle signs of occlumency use during questioning. These indicators include micro-hesitations before answers, unusually precise word choice, controlled breathing patterns, and certain eye movements that suggest internal visualization exercises. Master interrogators like Alistair Mad-Eye Moody developed questioning techniques specifically designed to penetrate occlumency shields. Rather than asking direct questions about sensitive information, they would pursue seemingly unrelated lines of inquiry that indirectly revealed inconsistencies in the subject's mental constructs. By approaching protected information from unexpected angles, they could sometimes catch even trained occlumens off guard. The ethical debates surrounding both truth serums and resistance techniques remain contentious in modern wizarding society. Some argue that the very existence of legal resistance training programs undermines the justice system, while others contend that protection against forced truth-telling is essential for maintaining personal freedom and privacy. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains a careful balance, restricting access to resistance techniques while acknowledging their limitations in legal proceedings. For ordinary witches and wizards, the debate may seem academic. Few will ever face formal Veritaserum questioning or need occlumency skills to protect vital secrets. Yet the principles underlying these magical interactions between truth, privacy, and mental autonomy touch on fundamental questions about the nature of magical society itself. In a world where thoughts can be accessed, memories viewed in pensieves, and truth compelled through potions, the boundaries of the self require both magical and ethical protection. The shadows deepen in our quiet room as we consider these complex intersections of mind, magic, and morality. Perhaps there is wisdom in the Wizengamot's reluctance to rely solely on magical means of truth extraction, an acknowledgement that even in a world of spells and potions, the full truth of a human heart and mind remains ultimately mysterious, accessible only through the willing sharing of one person with another. As sleep begins to claim your consciousness, consider this: what truths within yourself would you most wish to protect? And what does your answer reveal about the nature of truth itself, not as an absolute to be magically extracted, but as a precious gift to be consciously shared? Chapter 12. The Orphanage of Tom Riddle. As our night of wizarding tales draws to a close, we must venture into a place of shadows and beginnings, a grimy brick building in London, where the most dangerous dark wizard of modern times spent his formative years. Wool's Orphanage, a now demolished institution in London's southern reaches, holds no magical significance in its architecture or foundations, yet it shaped the development of a wizard who would leave an indelible mark on magical history. Tonight, we explore the mundane origins of Lord Voldemort and contemplate how environment shapes destiny, even for those born with extraordinary powers. Wool's Orphanage was established in the late Victorian era, around 1875, as part of London's response to increasing numbers of abandoned and orphaned children. Located on a dreary side street near the Thames, the building was constructed of dark red brick with narrow windows that admitted little light. Like many institutions of its time, it operated on minimal funding, prioritizing basic sustenance and shelter over comfort or nurturing. By the 1920s, when Tom Riddle arrived, the building had already acquired the worn, cheerless appearance that would characterize it throughout his residence. The institution was run by Mrs. Cole, a harried, overworked matron who, while not cruel, lacked the resources or perhaps the inclination to provide much beyond basic care for her charges. Photographs from ministry records show a thin woman with a lined face, her hair pulled back severely, dressed in the plain, practical clothing of an institutional administrator. Her memories, extracted and preserved during Dumbledore's investigation years later, reveal someone trying to maintain order in difficult circumstances, occasionally finding solace in gin, but largely dedicated to her thankless task. It was in this environment, on a cold New Year's Eve in 1926, that Merope Gaunt arrived at the orphanage's doorstep in the final stages of labor, having lost her will to live after being abandoned by Tom Riddle Sr., used her last strength to reach this place of refuge, give birth to her son, name him Tom Marvolo Riddle, after his father and her own father, and request that he look like his father. Within an hour of fulfilling these final wishes, Merope died, leaving her son to grow up without knowledge of his magical heritage or family connections. The physical conditions at Wool's Orphanage, while sparse, were not exceptionally cruel by the standards of the time. Children slept in small, identical iron beds in dormitory-style rooms. They wore identical uniforms, gray dresses for girls, short pants and jackets for boys. Meals were regular but plain, served in a communal dining hall where silence was often enforced. Recreation was limited to a concrete yard surrounded by high walls, with few toys to share among many children. What made life at Wool's particularly challenging was its emotional barrenness. Staff members, outnumbered by children and overwhelmed by duties, had little time for individual attention or affection. Children were expected to conform to rigid schedules and rules, with punishment for infractions typically involving isolation or withdrawal of already meager privileges. In this environment, forming healthy attachments or developing social skills became difficult for many residents, but especially for a child like Tom Riddle, who already showed unusual tendencies. From his earliest years, Tom Riddle demonstrated behaviors that set him apart from the other children. Mrs. Cole's memories, viewed by Dumbledore in the Pensieve, reveal that even as a baby, Tom rarely cried. As a toddler, he was unusually self-sufficient, neither seeking nor seeming to need comfort from adults. By age 5 or 6, he had developed a habit of intense staring that made both staff and children uncomfortable, as if he could see through their pretenses to their deepest insecurities. Staff members noted his exceptional intelligence early on. He learned to read before other children his age, and often spent hours alone with books meant for much older readers. His academic performance was impeccable, earning him praise from teachers at the local school and occasional favorable attention from orphanage staff. This intelligence, combined with his withdrawn nature, might have simply marked him as an introverted, scholarly child in different circumstances. What distinguished young Tom's development most ominously was his relationship with the other children at Wool's. Unlike most orphans, who typically form bonds with each other in the absence of parental figures, Tom remained isolated by choice. He neither sought friendship nor responded positively to overtures from others. Instead, he developed a pattern of dominance and intimidation, using his emerging magical abilities, though he did not yet understand them as such, to frighten and control those around him. By the time he was 7, Tom had become a figure of fear among the other orphans. Mrs. Cole recalled several disturbing incidents, though she lacked the context to understand their magical nature. A rabbit belonging to another boy, Billy Stubbs, was found hanging from the rafters after Billy had quarreled with Tom. 2 children, Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop, were never the same after Tom took them on an outing to a seaside cave during the orphanage's annual summer excursion. Though they would not speak of what happened, both showed symptoms of severe trauma afterward. Perhaps most revealing was Tom's habit of collecting trophies from his victims, small items taken after he had frightened or hurt their owners. These he kept in a simple cardboard box in his cupboard, arranged with obsessive precision. When Dumbledore visited and revealed the existence of this collection, Tom's reaction showed both defiance and a flash of fear at being truly seen and understood by another person for perhaps the first time. The isolation Tom experienced at Wool's was both imposed and self-chosen. The other children avoided him out of fear, while staff members found his perfect manners and cold demeanor unsettling. Yet Tom himself seemed to prefer this separation, cultivating an image of difference and superiority even before he understood his magical heritage. In the absence of healthy attachments, he developed a worldview in which emotional connections were weaknesses to be exploited, rather than strengths to be cultivated. The physical environment of Wool's orphanage contributed to Tom's psychological development in subtle but important ways. The institutional setting, with its emphasis on conformity and its suppression of individuality, may have intensified his desire to prove himself exceptional. The scarcity of resources fostered competition rather than cooperation among children, reinforcing Tom's tendency to see others as rivals or potential victims rather than peers. The orphanage's location in London placed young Tom in proximity to the broader magical world, though he remained unaware of it. Diagon Alley lay just a few miles away, while the Ministry of Magic operated in the heart of the city. This unknowing closeness to the world that would eventually become his battleground adds a layer of irony to his early years. Power and belonging were potentially within reach, yet completely invisible to him. When Albus Dumbledore arrived at Wool's Orphanage on a summer day in 1938, he encountered an 11-year-old Tom Riddle, who had already developed many of the characteristics that would define his later path as Lord Voldemort. The pensive memory of this meeting, preserved by Dumbledore and later shared with Harry Potter, provides our most direct window into Tom's life at the orphanage. Dumbledore found Tom in his small bare room, sitting on the edge of his bed with a book open beside him. Mrs. Cole had warned the professor about Tom's troubling behavior, though she had also mentioned his academic excellence and superficial charm. What struck Dumbledore immediately was the boy's control and caution, unusual qualities in a child, particularly one receiving an unexpected visitor. Their conversation revealed much about how Tom's years at Wool's had shaped him. His immediate suspicion that Dumbledore was a doctor or psychiatrist sent to examine him showed his expectation of being viewed as abnormal. His admission to having special abilities demonstrated both pride in his difference and a lack of understanding about his magical nature. Most tellingly, his reaction to learning about Hogwarts included not just excitement about magic but immediate questions about power and his own special status. Two aspects of this encounter particularly alarmed Dumbledore. The first was Tom's revelation that he could speak to snakes, marking him as a Parselmouth, a rare ability often associated with dark magic. The second was his reaction when Dumbledore gently but firmly insisted that he return stolen items to their owners and cease using magic to frighten others at the orphanage. The flash of fury that crossed the boy's carefully controlled face offered a glimpse of the rage that lay beneath his composed exterior. After learning of his wizarding heritage, Tom's relationship with Wool's Orphanage changed subtly. Though required to return there during summer holidays throughout his Hogwarts years, he increasingly viewed it as a temporary prison rather than his true home. His behavior during these periods became more controlled, as he recognized the benefit of appearing normal, while he pursued knowledge that would help him escape his Muggle origins permanently. Staff and children at Wool's noticed this change, interpreting it as improved behavior resulting from his attendance at what they believed was a selective boarding school for gifted children. Mrs. Cole, in particular, noted his increased politeness and reduced incidents involving other children, though she remained wary of what she perceived as his unnatural self-containment. What none at the orphanage could know was that Tom was actively distancing himself from his identity as an orphan, constructing instead his persona as the heir of Slytherin. During his 5th year at Hogwarts, he discovered the Chamber of Secrets and confirmed his connection to Salazar Slytherin. This revelation provided him with the sense of belonging and importance he had craved during his years at Wool's, transforming him from an unwanted orphan to the descendant of wizarding nobility in his own mind. By his 16th year, Tom had begun calling himself Lord Voldemort among his closest Slytherin associates, though he still answered to Tom in official contexts. This renaming represented his ultimate rejection of his origins, the Muggle father who had abandoned his mother, the mother who had been weak enough to die, and the orphanage that symbolized his unwanted status. As he later told Dumbledore, "I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world." The summer after Tom opened the Chamber of Secrets and caused the death of Myrtle Warren, he made a significant journey that further severed his connection to Wool's Orphanage. Having discovered the location of his maternal uncle, Morfin Gaunt, Tom traveled to Little Hangleton, where he learned the full story of his parentage. The revelation that his father was a Muggle who had abandoned his pregnant witch mother intensified Tom's hatred of his origins. That same summer, Tom murdered his father and paternal grandparents in their manor house, framed his uncle Morfin for the crimes, and claimed the Gaunt family ring, unknowingly a Horcrux, as his own. This violent rejection of his paternal lineage marked his final psychological break with his past. When he returned to Wool's Orphanage for the remaining weeks of summer, he did so as someone who had committed the ultimate act of separation, the murder of his only known blood relatives. Wool's Orphanage continued to operate through the London Blitz during World War II, sustaining some damage but remaining functional. Tom, by then in his 7th year at Hogwarts, spent his final obligatory summer there in 1943, maintaining his careful facade while secretly advancing his dark magical studies. Staff members later recalled his unusual calmness during air raids, his habit of disappearing for long periods without explanation, and his increasingly distant demeanor toward both adults and children. After graduating from Hogwarts with outstanding academic achievements, Tom Riddle never returned to Wool's Orphanage. He took a position at Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley, beginning his journey toward becoming Lord Voldemort in earnest. The orphanage that had shaped his early years became a closed chapter in his history, one he would never willingly revisit or acknowledge. Wool's Orphanage itself continued to operate until the early 1960s, when changing approaches to child welfare led to its closure. The building was demolished as part of urban renewal efforts in the late 1960s, erasing the physical structure that had housed young Tom Riddle. Today, a block of modern apartments stands on the site, with no marker or memorial to indicate its historical significance in either Muggle or magical contexts. For magical historians studying Voldemort's rise, the Orphanage represents a crucial missing piece in understanding his development. Unlike many dark wizards who emerged from privileged pure-blood environments or who experienced specific magical traumas, Voldemort's formative environment was entirely mundane, a Muggle institution operating according to the limited standards of its time. This origin in the non-magical world helps explain Voldemort's complex relationship with Muggle society, his simultaneous contempt for it, and his adoption of certain Muggle approaches to power and control. Having experienced the rigid hierarchies and power imbalances of institutional life, he recreated similar structures among his Death Eaters, demanding absolute loyalty and punishing failure severely, just as he had observed in the Orphanage's disciplinary system. The psychological impact of growing up unwanted and unloved in an environment that prioritized conformity over individuality cannot be overstated. Without early experiences of attachment and nurturing, Tom Riddle developed neither empathy nor the capacity for genuine connection. The Orphanage did not create the darkness within him, but its emotional barrenness provided fertile ground for that darkness to grow unchecked. While other orphans from Wolves went on to lead ordinary lives, some even maintaining contact with each other as a surrogate family, Tom's isolation prevented him from developing the resilience that human connection provides. Instead, he channeled his considerable intelligence and magical talent toward domination rather than community, seeing others as tools or obstacles rather than potential friends or allies. Perhaps the most profound legacy of Wolves' Orphanage in shaping Tom Riddle was the sense of shameful origins it instilled in him. Throughout his life, Voldemort went to extraordinary lengths to distance himself from his beginnings, changing his name, creating a false narrative of pure-blood heritage, and ultimately splitting his soul through Horcruxes in pursuit of the immortality that his mother had failed to achieve. The ordinary brick building in London represented everything he wished to transcend: mortality, weakness, and ordinariness itself. In this, the final irony of Voldemort's life emerges. His desperate flight from his origins as an unwanted orphan ultimately defined him more profoundly than his considerable magical achievements. In rejecting his humanity so completely, he diminished rather than enhanced his power, failing to understand the protective magic of love that ultimately defeated him. The night has grown late, and our exploration of the wizarding world draws to a close. As the last embers fade in our hearth, consider this question: how might Tom Riddle's path have differed if instead of the cold halls of Wolves' Orphanage, he had known the warmth of family and belonging that Harry Potter found, however belatedly, in the wizarding world? For in the contrast between these two orphans, one who embraced connection despite loss, and one who rejected it entirely, we find perhaps the deepest magic of all: the power of choice in shaping who we become, regardless of where we begin.